皆さんこんにちは。第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズが開幕いたしました。私は本日の司会進行を務めさせていただきますフリーアナウンサーの長谷部まなみと申します。どうぞ最後までよろしくお願いいたします。今年はですね、3年ぶりに会場での開催となりました。こうして皆さんと直接お会いできてとっても嬉しく思います。今回は新型コロナウイルス感染症拡大の予防対策としまして、会場内ではすべての方にマスクの着用をお願いしております。ご不便をおかけいたしますけれども、何卒ご協力をいただけますようにお願い申し上げます。さて、開会に先立ちまして、主催団体であります一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より皆様にご挨拶を申し上げます。よろしくお願いいたします。
おはようございます。ご紹介に預かりました、当協会の代表理事を務めております斉藤と申します。まず最初にですね、申し上げたいのは、この、本選に進まれて会場にいらっしゃいます、皆さんの、栄誉をたたえたいというふうに思います。今回ですね、第5回目を迎えますチェンジメーカーアワーズですけれども、毎回、レベルが上がっています。で、今回もですね、数百という全国から多数の応募の中から、最終的に個人部門、それから、団体部門の10組10名残ったということだけでもですね、大変名誉のあることだというふうに私は思っています。ぜひ皆さんこれを誇りに思っていただきたいと思います。このコンテストのですね、名前にありますチェンジメーカーというのはですね、今更言うまでもなく変革を起こす人という意味です。今ちょっと世界に目をやりましてもですね、武力による、国際紛争であるとか、あるいはその自然災害、気象変動、あるいは食料、それからエネルギーの問題とですね、非常に課題が山積しているんですけれども、今日ここで皆さんがですね、発するメッセージというのは、この会場にとどまらず、必ず世界のどこかに届いてですね、誰かを勇気づけ、そして課題解決に向けたですね、動きにつながっていくと私は信じています。ぜひですね、皆さんの声が一人でも多くの方に届くようにですね、ベストを尽くしていただきたいと思います。順番が近づいてくるとですね、緊張も高まってくると思うんですけれども、これまで努力してきたですね、自分を信じ、そして支えてくれた皆さんの顔を思い浮かべてですね、ぜひベストを尽くして、そして皆さん一人一人がですね、チェンジメーカーになるつもりで頑張っていただきたいと思います。それではですね、皆さんの健闘を応援してですね、簡単ではございますが、開会の挨拶をさせていただきます。頑張ってください。
斉藤代表理事、ありがとうございました。続きまして、本日個人部門で審査員を務めていただきます皆様をご紹介させていただきます。テンプル大学ジャパンキャンパス教務担当副学長田岡靖子先生です。よろしくお願いいたします。玉川大学文学部英語教育学科教授工藤陽二先生です。よろしくお願いいたします。株式会社オイラ代表取締役社長古中親様です。よろしくお願いいたします。個人部門へザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞をご提供いただいておりますザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長の高橋俊之様、最後に審査委員長を務められますラーンネットグローバルスクール代表神戸情報大学院大学学長住谷俊樹先生です。以上5名の審査員の皆様に審査をしていただきます。どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。さて、 今年もたくさんの学校から応募がありました。地方ブロック予選、地方ブロック決勝を勝ち抜いてきました本日の出場校をご紹介いたします。個人部門からは海地中学高等学校、熊本マリスト学園中学校高等学校、創価高等学校、鎌倉女学院中学校高等学校、栄東中学高等学校、青森県立田名部高等学校、東京都立国際高等学校、広島県立広島叡智学園中学校高等学校、筑陽学園高等学校、聖学院中学校高等学校、そしてチーム部門からは頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校から2チーム、東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校、大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎、山口県立大津緑陽高等学校、品川女子学院中等部高等部、山脇学園中学校高等学校、三田国際学園中学校高等学校、神戸女学院中学部高等学部、秋田大学教育文化学部附属中学校、以上の学校にプレゼンテーションを行っていただきます。そして審査員による厳正なる審査により各入賞者が決定いたします。各部門金賞1組、銀賞1組、銅賞1組が用意されています。また個人部門からお一人に株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版社ご提供のザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞が用意されています。そしてチーム部門からお一組株式会社 JTB 様ご提供のグローバルリンク賞が用意されています。また受賞を逃した方全員に参加賞が用意されています。果たして本日各賞を手にするのはどの学校になるのでしょうか。本日プレゼンテーションを行っていただきます皆様にご案内をさせていただきます。プレゼンテーションの際にお立ちいただく位置ですけれども、こちら舞台中央白のクロスの印ですねよりも前で行っていただく、この中央のクロスの印の前で立ってプレゼンテーションを行っていただきますようにお願いをいたします。それでは準備はいかがでしょうか。はい、準備が整ったようです。それではお待たせいたしました。個人部門プレゼンテーションを始めていきたいと思います。早速1校目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。海地中学高等学校池田優香さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, I'm Yuka Ikeda from Kaiji Junior and Senior High School in Saitama. Today, I would like to talk about Kaskara. Do you know Kaskara? Okay. I didn't know anything about Kaskara either until I started this CMA. But through my Tanki research, I found that Kaskara could be one of the key players changing the world. So let me explain what Kaskara is and why it could change the world. Then I introduce my plan to make this change happen. Please take a look at these pictures. These are the pictures of coffee farms in Guatemala. These are coffee trees, and she's picking red coffee cherries. This is how they harvest coffee cherries. This is a cross-section of a coffee cherry. This part, the skin and the pulp of the cherry, is called cascara. The seed inside will be coffee beans. Coffee cherries are separated into two parts, coffee beans and cascara. About 60% of the cherry become coffee beans, and about 40% of them, cascara, are usually thrown away. This means that 40% of all the harvest is wasted. It's so mottainai. This cascara waste causes environmental problems such as bad smells and water pollution. For example, in Guatemala, people around the farms can't drink water from the river, and they depend on water distribution once a week. They suffer from water shortage. Cascara is rich in polyphenol. It contains 11 times more polyphenol than coffee, 23 times more than tea, and 35 times more than cocoa. So, cascara is good for our health. And in some countries, cascara is widely used as food. In Bolivia, for example, it is used as tea leaves or as powders to make delicious tea or sweets. Though the amount is very small, cascara is used to make money for the farmers, and it is also used to protect the environment. However, I had never heard of cascara until I started this research. So I searched cascara on the internet. I found several cascara products, but there were not so many compared with other products such as coffee or tea. Then I went for a walk to find cascara products in town. In one cafe, the shop owner has cascara tea leaves, but he hasn't started selling them yet. He wanted to know more about cascara before he started to sell cascara tea. In another cafe, the shop owner serves cascara tea, but there is only one item on the menu. Then I went to another cafe in Tokyo. There were 3 cascara products there. I asked the shop owner about cascara. She told me that the shop would make more cascara products in the future, but the amount of cascara used for the products is still very, very small. There are not so many cascara products in the world yet. Few people have the knowledge of cascara either. But I think that many people will like cascara tea only if they have a chance to taste it. So I started to promote cascara tea. I started to promote cascara tea by introducing these products to my friends. Since it tastes bitter and since it tastes strong and a bit sour, some people like it better than other teas. I decided to make delicious cascara products with the help of cafe and confectionery owners. I've already tried cascara soda and cascara chiffon cake. They taste very good, and the shop owner have agreed to sell these cascara products at their store or at a local marché. If this is realized, and which I will never give up trying, people will know more about Cascara and try Cascara products. Since these Cascara products taste so good and healthy, I'm sure that many people will like Cascara. It takes some time until we can enjoy various Cascara foods. But as a starter, if we drink a cup of Cascara once or twice a week, we can not only have coffee farms and protect the environment, but also improve our health and enjoy our coffee breaks. I hope the day will come when the people all over the world say, with a lot of smiles, "Would you like a cup of Cascara?" Thank you very much.
池田由香さん、どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様からご質問などをお願いしたいと思います。Judges, do you have any questions? 高橋先生、お願いします。
Okay, Yuka. Yeah, I got a question about the taste of Cascara or Cascara-based products. Does it taste like coffee?
No, it tastes like rose hip tea.
Okay,
Oh, it was so delicious.
thank you.
コチ先生、お願いします。
Thank you for such a nice presentation. I really didn't know anything about Cascara. Do you have any samples here, like a piece of cake or some tea? You don't?
Not here.
Actually, that would be a really great way to promote Cascara.
Please try Cascara.
Yeah, I will. I have one question. How are you planning to promote the use of Cascara?
I'm going to collaborate with the cafe shops and make new menus to spread Cascara products.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? どうぞ。田岡先生、お願いします。
Thank you so much. I agree with my fellow judge. I have never heard about Cascara before, and I like to drink coffee. So it's very educational for me to know how my coffee gets to me. Kind of along the similar lines as the other question, you plan to talk to individual coffee shops, right? But do you think about how you can let more people know instead of talking individually to one shop and then the next shop? Do you have plans to let more shops or more consumers like me learn about Cascara?
Could you say more again?
Yeah.
Please?
So your plan right now is to talk individually to each coffee shop. How might you think about letting more people know each time instead of going one by one to each person? Yeah, so would you think about maybe doing like a posters or publicity or website or things like that, or social media?
Yes, and I will make poster to know about Cascara many people, and I also use social media. Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? How about Mr. Kudo Sensei, please?
Thank you for your presentation. I didn't know about Cascara either, right? I'm really happy to know about Cascara. And is it technically easy to develop the Cascara products?
If you like making, if you like cooking, maybe Cascara, maybe you can easy making Cascara products.
What about the cost? Does it cost a lot compared with regular coffee products?
Cost. Yeah. Now, Cascara is now still expensive, but if many people know Cascara, it maybe Cascara cost is cheaper.
Okay, thank you.
お時間となりました。トップバッター池田優香さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。最初で緊張されたと思います。さて、続いてのプレゼンターへと参りたいと思いますが、準備が整うまで少しお待ちいただきましょうか。はい、やはり審査委員長の住谷先生、リアル開催というところで、今回はこう表情とかも、マスクありますけれども、皆さんいかがですか？お一人目が終えたところですけれども。
最初緊張されたと思うんですけど、すごくやっぱりこう伝わってくるので、こうなんかね、こう気持ちとか、思いとか、すごくダイレクトに伝わってくるので、はい、楽しいです。
その分ね、生徒たちは緊張もあるかもしれませんが、はい、明るくこなしてくださいました。それでは続いてのプレゼンター、準備が整ったようです。続いてのプレゼンターは熊本マリスト学園中学校高等学校飯村典也さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Today, I will talk about my space research. First, my dream is to be an astronaut. That's because I'm interested in astrophysics or space engineering. The space is mysterious, so it's really fun to study. First of all, imagine that the astronaut is walking on the moon. I think you guys have seen they're bouncing slowly when they walk, because there's less gravity. Walking on the moon is limited, and they cannot easily explore large areas on foot. Therefore, when they research the moon, they use lunar rover vehicle, move on the moon, and then do research for small areas around the rover. However, I think that's inefficient. So, I thought that how we could move more faster and safer and do research for more extensive areas on the moon. This time, I invented a jet device to move faster on the surface of a planet or natural satellite, and a small jet device used in the spaceship or the ISS. First, I focused on extravehicular activity on the moon. Thus, I will talk about the jet device used in the surface of a planet or natural satellite. You wear the device on the chest and the waist. The way to use this device is you jump and push the switch to activate the jets shown by number 2. To jump for long distance. And the switch is on the globe shown by number 3. And the bands shown by number 1 are stretchable and fit securely to any body shape. Therefore, it doesn't choose the spacesuit to be worn. This is the image of the jump with no jet, shown by blue lines, and when you use the jet device, shown by red lines. This is one example of how this jet device is functional. As this picture shows, if we use the jet device, we can move faster than before. And the moon is low gravity, so it doesn't need much energy as Earth. but it can't change the direction in the air. So you need to land and face the way you want to go. This device can be used to soften the impact of fall or climb up the wall when the astronauts fall into a hole or crater. And this device is easy to use, so we can use this with just a few training. And if we make the jet device wearable, as I proposed, it doesn't cost so much to make it. Because if we make entirely new type of spacesuit, it will cost more than $100 million for one suit. Second, this is the small jet device used in a spaceship or the ISS. You put your fingers to the holes, shown by number 2. And you can control this device with the lever, shown by number 1. If you move the lever forward, the jet will come out, and you can move forward. If you move the lever backward, you can move back, and the jet will come out from the hole, shown by number 5. And the switch, shown by number 3, can lock the jet coming out when we don't use the device. So it will be safer. And this device can charge from the USB-C port, shown by number 4. And I made a model with the cardboard. This is the lever to control the jet, and this is the hole to grab this device. But this is small, so I think you guys cannot see this clearly. So I took pictures from many angles. From the right side, right upper side, and left upper side. The green part is the lever to control the jet, and the blue part is the holes to grab this device. And you use this device with both hands, so you need 2 devices when you really use this device. This is the pictures of when I grab this device. The black part is the switch to lock the jet coming out, and the green part is the lever to control the jet. This device can make the experiment in the spaceship or the ISS more efficient and can reduce the and in the future, if we travel to the moon, Mars, or other planets, it takes many days to arrive at the destination. So making lives in the spaceship more better is essential things. And this device can help move smoother in the spaceship, so it can reduce the stress of spending time in an enclosed space. And these my ideas are nominated by the Innovation, the contest of unique ideas to create global value creation in the field of ICT, organized by the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications in Japan. And if this jet device is made practical, the investigation of Moon and Mars will progress. The development of space research will make our planet and our future better. And I think this technology will be the basic technology to move around when people study to live on Moon, Mars, or other planets. I will keep being curious and keep researching space. Thank you for listening.
飯村典也さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問などお願いしたいと思います。Judges, do any of you have questions? はい、工藤先生お願いします。
Thank you for interesting presentation. I've never thought about difficulties astronauts have when working in space, so I learned a lot from you. Okay, and are you planning to make a proposal to NASA?
Well, in the future, like when I go to the university, I want to make the real jet to that can use in the space, and maybe I can show it to NASA and make astronauts use it in the future.
So in order for your ideas to be adopted by NASA, what do you think you need to do?
So do you mean that this idea is not accepted by NASA? Well, maybe that means because using jet on the space is a little bit dangerous. So I can say like this, the space is always not so big gravity, so we can make the jet a little bit weaker or make a little bit like weak jet for like these two jets. Maybe it will be better.
Thank you.
Kocho Sensei, please.
Noria, it was a very interesting idea and a very good presentation. You can even perhaps like next to NASA, you can sell it to Elon Musk, who knows. And I think he will be very interested in this. So I have two questions. The first is, have you actually interviewed astronauts and space engineers about this problem? And if you did, what kind of issues and problems have you heard about?
Well, I didn't like do the interviews or the research to real astronauts, but I searched for the like on YouTube the videos of Apollo's the research of the moon, and maybe they don't think like because there is space, so moving slower is normal thing for them maybe, but I think like if we can move faster on the space or the moon, I think they can do more things on the space and can like develop the space research. So I thought that this device.
I think that's very, very interesting, but sometimes it is very helpful to actually interview the real users and ask for their needs. It might be very important for the product development as well. What kind of features do you actually need to put in it? Because you may develop something that is very interesting for you and very nice as an idea, but at the end, if the product is not a good fit with the needs and the market, then it may be a wasted effort. But I find your idea amazing. It's really nice. Number two, have you actually talked to engineers in order to develop engineers or laboratories in universities, for instance, in order to develop this product, or how to understand how feasible it is to actually develop this?
Now I still didn't like ask or talk with the real engineers, but like now it's just I think about this idea. Like on first jets, I said like we wear it on the chest and the waist, but it can also wear to only legs or maybe just the waist. But there are many problems, like if we wear to legs or other place, and I found that like if we wear to chest and waist, it will be not so dangerous because the jet will come out from 4 points. So maybe after this presentation, I can talk to some universities or engineers to make this more better.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。飯村典也さんでした。ありがとうございました。お時間となりました。なかなか鋭い質問が飛んでおりますので待ってる生徒さんも結構難しい質問が来るなというふうに思われてるんじゃないでしょうか。はい、さて続いてのプレゼンターをお呼びしたいと思います。ご準備はよろしいでしょうか。はい、それでは続いてのプレゼンターは創価高等学校佐藤龍さんです。よろしくお願いします。
Hello, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today. Last year, I went to the JasminePeach Memorial Museum with my mother. The reason why she took me there was to express her desire for me to see and feel the horror of nuclear weapons and the misery of war with my own eyes. In fact, I saw a large number of horrifying pictures and photos that were not in textbooks. In many cases, these pictures were drawn by hibakusha, and photos were recorded by the US Army at the time. There, a single photo captured me, and I felt unable to leave the place. This is a picture. Shadows of human bodies left in building. A photo called Human Shadow Etched in Stone. It is also known as a human shadow of death. It dawned on me the tragedy of losing one's life in an instant. Other exhibitions enables me to become aware of the massive amounts of nuclear weapons in today's world and how ignorant human beings are. Moreover, at an online discussion between my school and the Middle Institute of International Studies, I had a chance to listen to a lecture provided by Masako Toki, Senior Education Project Manager, learning the importance about educating young people about nuclear disarmament. Nevertheless, I had only had a few experiences to discuss nuclear problems with my friends. So, how about you guys? Those who are interested in nuclear problems, please raise your hands. You guys are wonderful. You can change the world with me. But these days, most youth, like my friends, have little interest. However, especially nowadays, the relationship between Russia and Ukraine is getting worse, and the possibility of using nuclear weapons is on the rise. In order to seize this dreadful situation, I thought young people should also raise their voices. Therefore, with my friends, I assisted in the creation of a nuclear abolition card game that allows indifferent people to easily contemplate why nuclear weapons do not vanish or why nuclear weapons are feared. A card game was designed to help students understand how a country possessing nuclear weapons will use them by developing strategies. According to the research we conducted, by asking 50 students at school, they had less consciousness or grip on nuclear problems and issues before playing the card game. On the other hand, their awareness and interest in them had increased significantly after playing the card game. Firstly, the general public awareness of politics is low, and the habit of reading books and watching the news is dying out among youth. I think that the number of high school students, I think that most people do not seriously care about war in our own world, unless it is happening in one's own backyard. To them, it is just someone else's problem. Nowadays, on account of globalization, one country's problem unexpectedly leads to a complicated global issue. And I think indifference is the worst factor that prevents us from solving problems. As an Irish playwright, George Shaw, who won Nobel Prize for Literature, states, "The worst sin toward our fellow creatures is not to hate them, but to be indifferent to them. That's the essence of humanity." Indifference is the worst factor that prevents us from solving problems, which inspired us to create a card game. This past December, we promoted this card game at All Japan High School Forum and won Student Choice Award. I have learned a lot, and I appreciate being a part of this experience. But now, we only focus on changing one's nonchalant attitude. And for a generation who are familiar with online game, this card game should be more user-friendly in a video game format. While it still serves a tool for players to acquire knowledge, it still poses a challenge to cover all important information about this topic. Hence, we would like to invent a simulation card game by introducing the real topics that shows how the world is connected. For instance, if a nuclear weapon was launched in a city, its infrastructure would be destroyed. What's more, if it was aimed at a port, forms of transportation and the possibility of fishing would be restricted. Nowadays, one country's problem unexpectedly leads to a complicated global issue. Case in point, the recent conflict between Russia and Ukraine. In Ukraine, grains and crops are stopped from exporting, resulting in food shortage. And in Russia, the outbound export of natural resources and gases will lessen, bringing about the high price of electricity bills. By providing well-designed resource management system in a simulated online environment, using pre-programmed rules, players can easily realize and understand how conflict affects our life more effectively than a card game would. We have been trying to invent this online card game. Unfortunately, the lack of member who can set up a program brings the plan to a standstill. Thus, if anyone could lend us a hand, we would greatly appreciate the help. If this online card game is accomplished, I will make a change in the world by educating young learners. Thank you.
佐藤龍さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様にご質問を伺いたいと思います。田岡先生、please.
Thank you so much. I love card games myself, so I'm so happy to see that you've developed a card game to try to teach people about nuclear threats. So my question to you is, how does the game work? Do you play as a country, or do you play, like, how do the mechanics of the game work?
Thank you for your question. First, every card player will be a delegate of a country. And first, you have to answer a question related to nuclear weapons and issues. And this is a question card. And if you get a correct answer, you can get a SDGs card. Otherwise, you can't. And if you get a SDGs card, it means that you can enrich your country. For instance, introducing education or providing infrastructure. And at the end, the person with the most card wins the game. And there is also a nuclear weapon card that can tell us about the global tensions and nuclear threats by playing video games.
住谷先生、please.
Thank you for your presentation. So, yeah, it's a very important issue, and you developed game, and you showed that the students who played this game made their interest in nuclear weapon higher. But I'd like to hear more about how they responded after they played the game. What did they say to you?
Thank you. First, we conducted this survey to our high school students, and I think most high school students already received nuclear educations or peace education before entering high school. But most students have no interest, or they don't have enough knowledge about this problem. And by playing this game, players can learn about nuclear treaty or basic information about nuclear weapons. So their interest in knowledge had increased, and they also said that they enjoy playing the card game because they can talk with friends during the playing card game, and so I'm happy about the result.
Thank you. And can they do anything after they got interest, can you take some actions based on that interest?
I think if we have knowledge or interest in this problem, we can talk with friends or families about this problem. And I think indifference is a worst factor to prevent solving problems. So I think this card game serves as a trigger for high school students and young people to start knowing about this issue.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any more questions? How about Takahashi sensei? Please.
Yeah, I think making a card is a very effective way to raise awareness about the danger of nuclear weapons. So what do you think is necessary other than making cards to raise awareness about the nuclear threat among young Japanese people?
We would like to invent this card game in an online video game style, because if this card game is accomplished, more and more people can play this card game. Not only Japan, but also people in other countries. So I think it is a great contribution to the world by providing this card game.
So are you going to make a maybe English version or something?
Yes, I want to create a multiple language version.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
佐藤龍さんのプレゼンテーションでした。お時間となりました。どうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
それでは続いてのプレゼンターへと参りたいと思います。続いてのプレゼンターは鎌倉女学院中学校高等学校加賀本由咲さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Take a look at this photo. Why is this girl so happy? It's not because Japan made it to the final tournament of the World Cup, though that was impressive. I'll save the answer for later, but here's a hint. This photo involves what I aim to achieve through my project, proactive learning. Why proactive learning? Well, according to the EF English Proficiency Index, Japan ranks low in English skills. And from my own experience, I consider one factor to be limited proactive learning opportunities. I decided to tackle this issue by joining an NPO that teaches kids English. It was my first step to convey to children that proactive learning can really expand their world. My objective is to create a proactive English education model for beginners and to determine when it should be introduced. I settled on a method employing phonics, where, for example, to read this word, you would first learn these three letter sounds, which are k, a, t, and put them together to make cat. I chose this method because it allows children to practice at their own pace, with or without a partner, encouraging them to learn more. However, I had trouble finding ideal phonics materials. So to get ideas, I contacted Kumon, which develops English teaching materials in Japan, and learned that they base their materials on a motto called producing the greatest results in the shortest possible amount of time. This led me to stop and ask myself, what are my mottos in finding phonics materials? These were my final answers. My ideal material would, 1, utilize children's listening and copying skills in language learning, and 2, grab their attention with something novel. So, I decided to think outside the box and expanded my search to include materials in languages besides just English. Inspired by one particular material in Spain, I decided to create my own that convey English letter sounds through illustrations and stories. Here's an example. As you may know, the letter O makes the ah sound. In class, I describe it as the sound a yawning crow would make. Wait, crows yawn? Is an example of interesting questions my students ask. I encourage these because they stay in kids' minds and make learning fun. Speaking of yawning, I'm sure we're all really focused right now, so why don't we relax a bit? I want each of you to yawn. I'm serious, go ahead. And when you do that, you'll feel that your throat opens, which is a crucial step in pronouncing the ah sound. Did you feel that? Great. I use this simple action to help children understand how to pronounce this sound, because not everyone knows how to open their throats. Now, I believe that determining the appropriate time to introduce this material and measuring its effectiveness will maximize children's proactiveness. I'll explain how I collected and analyzed some data to do this. After teaching 15-minute classes once a week, I had students read 25 phonics readable words after 15 and 24 weeks to track their progress. Out of the 14 students who at first couldn't read basic English words, 13 showed improvement, and 5 scored 10 points or higher. On the other hand, one student's score stayed the same at 0. To figure out why, I first made this graph showing results by grade, but realized that age doesn't necessarily correlate with scores. After examining other data I had collected, I discovered that naming alphabet letters is key to sound acquisition. This graph categorizes students by alphabet recognition level, showing the more letters a child can name, the higher their score. These results align with the opinions of Dr. Mitsue Allen Tamai, a professor who researches English education for young learners. She mentions in one of her books that before introducing phonics, it is important that the child has a sufficient understanding of the shapes and names of uppercase and lowercase alphabet letters. Moreover, I always make first-hand observations in my classes, and one thing I noticed is that younger students actively participate in activities without being afraid of making mistakes. Thus, for my educational model, I estimated that the most effective time to introduce phonics was 1, in the early grades, and 2, after developing letter recognition. Establishing a proactive English education model entails benefits beyond second language acquisition, because what I aim to achieve through my project is not just to improve children's pronunciation or English abilities. It is to provide them with the opportunity to nurture their knowledge, curiosity, and confidence regardless of the subject, and encourage them to give things a try. All of these lay the foundation for future changemakers who will change the world in any possible field. Remember this girl? What made her happy was her success in spelling a 3-letter word. By encouraging children to make discoveries with phonics, I hope to sound out a proactive future where more children can throw their hands up in the air, like this girl or the letter O. Thank you.
加賀本伊咲さんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。Okay, judges, do any of you have questions? はい、工藤先生、please.
Okay, thank you very much. My research field is second language acquisition, so your experiment was really insightful to me. And my question is a very fundamental one. So as you may know, teachers have different ideas about what proactive learning is. What's your definition of proactive learning? And based on your definition, how can you judge if a child is working actively or not?
Yes, thank you for your question. My definition of proactive learning for me is being inquisitive, trying to find meaning in knowledge. And as for your question, how can I determine if children are being active? Well, that is really a difficult judgment to make because I have this one experience with a boy in my class. He's a fourth grader, so he's a bit older than the other students. And I noticed that his attitude toward my classes would vary from time to time, and I couldn't put my finger on why that was. And because I continuously tried to improve my materials to suit my students' needs, I tried to do that all the time. And over time, long story short, I realized that he just had a different motivator compared to other students. So what I mean is, he does really well in activities where students have to use their imagination to come up with ideas, like coming up with short stories. But he seems to be really afraid of making mistakes and embarrassing himself. So that's when I noticed that being proactive is something that can't be measured by any test, any score. So as for your second question, that is something that I will have to do some more research on. But in my opinion, proactiveness doesn't have to be measured. Thank you.
Okay, any more questions? はい、高橋先生お願いします。
Okay, thank you, Yusaki. I think your teaching method is very creative. So give us more example of how you taught phonics to your students in class.
By example, do you mean?
Yeah. Other than you said you take example of yawning sound to teach O sound, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So what else did you do in class?
Well, I'm going to talk about this photo then. This photo, as you can see, there are two girls. I believe both of them are in second grade. And we were doing an activity where I read a certain phonics readable word, like bed or fox or log. And I gave them cards so that they could line up the letters as I read them out. And this photo is where the child in the front was happy about spelling the word fox. I said fox, fox, and she successfully lined them up. So I do these kinds of activities so that phonics is not just limited to speaking, but also listening and writing and reading.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
お時間となりました。ありがとうございました。加賀本伊咲さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは続いてのプレゼンターへと参りたいと思います。ご準備はよろしいでしょうか。それでは続いてのプレゼンターです。栄東中学高等学校高橋このみさんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
I would like the audience to think about the world in another 80 years. Comparing the temperature of the Earth now in 2100, by how many degrees do you think it will rise? It's not easy to imagine, right? According to a report published by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the so-called IPCC, if the current trend continues, global temperature will rise by up to 6.4 degrees Celsius. This will result in more than 50 extremely hot days in Japan. A world that we cannot even imagine is already getting closer and closer. The main factor contributing to this global warming is carbon dioxide. The amount of this emission is increasing every year. One of the reasons is waste wood. It is wood that doesn't qualify for export, and some of them is left in the forest. It will eventually rot and release carbon dioxide. This situation or the idea of waste wood is not common, even though it accounts for about 15% of carbon dioxide emissions. Then, I thought that if more people know about waste wood and use it, we can slow the progression of global warming. Making stuff out of wood is my hobby, and I've been using waste wood for a long time. They did not meet the standard for export, but there was no problem with their strength. There is no difference between waste wood and lumber when it comes to its usability. Because waste wood has strength, I decided to research how we can take advantage of it and what to make with it. As I started my research, I tried to collect waste wood, but there were not many suppliers providing it, and I was having a hard time to find it. Just then, I heard that one forestry worker was offering waste wood for free, and there I found a lot of waste wood that I have been looking for with so much effort. Apparently, very few people come to pick up them because they don't know about it or have a bad image of it. In order to make people feel familiar with waste wood, I made and distributed about 30 sets of vase-making kits. I designed material to be eco-friendly and waste-free. I asked 30 people for their opinions about the products. I found out 77% of them didn't know that waste wood had a negative impact on the environment. And 80% of them became interested in environmental issues after making the vase using the kit. Next, I considered the possibility of waste wood. I thought that making pencils would be more suitable because pencils are consumed and produced on a daily basis. Let me tell you how I made a waste wood pencil. First, I took pencil leaves out of shortened pencils. Next, I cut a piece of waste wood and shaped the pearl so that it will fit the lead. Finally, I put them together with eco-friendly glue. I asked 37 people to use the pencil I created and compare them with regular ones. In terms of appearance, 64% of respondents said that a regular pencil was better. On the other hand, in terms of writing comfort and ease of holding, more than 60% of them said that a waste wood pencil was better. From this result, if I improve the appearance, it should become a type of new pencils that many people will use in the future. So, have you ever used a pencil? I'm sure that everyone in this hall would probably say yes. You may be thinking, what an obvious question. But in reality, there are many children in the world who cannot even afford a pencil. I want to continue to make wastewood pencils, and one day I would like to send them to such children. Now, please remember the first question I asked you at the beginning of this presentation. I asked a question about the future of the Earth, and I think that many people could not easily answer it. One of the reasons for this is the lack of a sense of crisis on environmental issues. From now on, I think we need more opportunities to think about the environmental issues, such as debates among students at schools. This time, it was great to know the experience in making vases changed the mindset of many people. The pencil and vase I made are only one of the things that we can make to reduce the amount of waste wood. Why don't you make what you want to make using waste wood? If you do so, your consciousness of the environment will surely change. My ultimate goal is to reduce the amount of waste wood, and at the same time, raise the consciousness of environmental problems. I hope that many people will cooperate with this activity to change the future. Thank you for listening.
高橋このみさんのプレゼンテーションでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問を伺いたいと思います。Judges, do any of you have? はい、では、東華先生、お願いします。
Thank you very much for your presentation. I just have a very simple question. Where does waste wood come from? What is made that leaves waste wood behind?
A first forestry company tried to cut tree and for export, and some of them doesn't qualify and doesn't qualify for export. So they have to bring back to forestry company, and they have to like use it or just use it, but it costs a lot, and sometimes it is dirty or things like that, and we can't use it easily for for buildings or things like that. So for that, when some forestry companies just refraining from collecting waste wood and just leave it in the forest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? How about Kochu Oya sensei, please?
Thank you for the presentation. It's a really nice initiative, what you have told. I just was wondering, probably like two questions. The first is, currently, isn't there any kind of similar initiative where wood products manufacturers, like pencil manufacturers, for instance, are getting or using waste wood or not? The second would be if you were able to have a platform where waste wood could be found and procured by the waste wood, how to say, like basically where the waste wood comes from, would it be a sustainable resource for wood manufacturers to procure?
For first question was, what was the first question? Sorry.
The first is, have you researched if there is any, initiatives, similar initiatives?
For first question, some companies try to use waste wood, to like make pencils or other materials. But just as I said, waste wood has strength, but some bad things like dirty or I think they can't make same thing with waste wood. They have some like not the same color or not the same size, so they can't make same thing as a pencils or things like that. But only some companies try to do that, so I want to share this research and I want many people to use, and not the same thing, so just what people want to make. And for second question was...
Sorry. My question was, if you, let's say you have a platform where waste wood producers can sell or, send the waste wood to the manufacturers, wood products manufacturers. Let's say you have that platform and you have already built all the logistics and everything, that business. Would it be a sustainable resource to procure the waste wood and make it useful in production production of other wood products?
Using with waste wood, what?
The amount of waste wood, for instance, would it be a sustainable amount for the manufacturers to buy every time?
Like in the forest, a lot of waste wood is left in the forest. So, like if we try to use it, we can reduce the amount of waste wood. So, but if we continue to this one, we can solve the global warming, and I think that is the best thing. That is the best thing if my research is known to a lot of people, because we can make really good world in the future if we lose waste wood, and also if company try to help my research, I think we can get a lot of benefits of that research. Is it okay? Thank you so much.
お時間となりました。ありがとうございました。高橋このみさんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。それではですね、ここで一度会場の換気のために10分間の休憩を入れたいと思います。これより10分間の休憩とさせていただきます。10分間の休憩の後にですね、6人目の方からプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。今しばらくお待ちくださいませ。
グローバルリンクはグローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念に3種類の大会をシンガポール、クイーンズランド、オンラインで開催してきました。まずはグローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会課題分野に関する課題研究発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ポスターセッションでは作成したポスターを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで熱い議論が交わされます。 ブースオーラルセッションは各チームこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表する形式です。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そしてオーラルセッションでは全参加者と審査員を前にプレゼンテーションを行います。大舞台での発表や審査員と英語での質疑応答など緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの場をご用意しています。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや有識者からの特別講演、会場となる南洋工科大学のキャンパスツアー、現地大学生によるオリエンテーションや先端企業や研究施設の見学など多くの学びの場があります。
模型を作ったり、回転数を計測したりするその実験はもちろん大変だったんですけども、自分のやってることを信じて続けていくこと、それが一番難しかったと思います。
続いてはオーストラリア・クイーンズランド州で開催されるグローバルリンククイーンズランドのご紹介です。2019年から開催されており、特に SDGs の14番、15番にフォーカスし、発表課題テーマも環境問題に特化しています。コンテストはモートン島の開放感あふれるメイン会場で行われ、全員が会する中で各チーム、環境保護、環境問題について考えたアイデアや意見、提言を行います。グローバルリンククイーンズランドは4日間のプログラムとなっており、環境について触れられる機会を多く用意しています。動物との共生について学べる野生のイルカへの餌付け体験や、モートン島における取り組みなどをフィールドワークや専門家の話から学ぶプログラムでは、他のチームのメンバーと一緒に島内を巡ります。また、同じ環境というテーマに興味を持っている各国からの参加者と交流できるフェアウェルディナーや、各チームの健闘を称えるアワードセレモニーもあります。最終日には動物保護などを担っているカランビンワイルドライフサンクチュアリでの SDGs 特別プログラムを通し、動物たちと触れ合いながら実際の現場を体感できます。
We had fun because we met new people from different countries that we didn't know before. I learned and I can make our earth more beautiful.
コロナ禍でも学びの機会を止めないということで、2021年からはオンラインでの開催に踏み切りました。グローバルリンクオンラインは科学分野、社会科学分野に関してパワーポイントを使いながらの発表となります。参加者は各分野の中でブレイクアウトルームに分かれ、発表や審査員との質疑応答を行います。2021年は完全オンラインで実施され、参加者はそれぞれの自宅や学校から発表を行いました。グローバルリンクオンラインでは、これまでのコンテストの交流や学びの場の要素はそのまま体感できる2日間となっています。 海外大学で教える教授からの基調講演や、画面越しでも打ち解けられるようなアイスブレイクセッション。同じ動画を見た生徒同士、グループごとに意見交換をし、バックグラウンドが違う参加者との交流を深めるネットワーキングセッションなどを行いました。2日間の最後、アワードセレモニーではチャットを活用し、表彰の有無に限らず、お互いの健闘を称え合う場となっています。
グローバルリンクオンラインでは、研究の仕方や本大会内での海外の人たちからの講演、またアイスブレイキングで海外の人たちの学生さんとの交流というのは、新しい知識や価値観に触れることができてとても良かったと思います。グローバルリンクオンラインでは他のコンテストとは違い、ただコンテストを開催するだけではなく、研究を海外の人たちと一緒にしていく上で必要なコミュニケーション能力や研究の作法というものを最前線で働いている有識者の方々から直に授業を受けられることがとてもいい点だと思います。
Definitely have changed a lot because I feel like I have been more confident in myself after participating in this competition, and I feel like I made new friends too in this competition, and I knew what the meaning of teamwork is, so I feel very happy to join this competition.
Like I said, curiosity. So the students actually become more aware of the things and the world.
それでは皆様お待たせいたしました。個人部門のプレゼンテーションを再開してまいります。続いてのプレゼンターは青森県立田名部高等学校宮本沙和さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, my name is Sawa Miyamoto. The theme of this presentation is Let's connect Japan and the world with mottainai. Do you know the term imperfect vegetables? Imperfect vegetables are vegetables that can still be eaten but are thrown away due to the standards required with the market. I first learned about this term during a presentation in my integrated exploration class. I want to save such mottainai vegetables somehow. So I devised the idea of developing a vegetable tray that would replace plastic trays by processing imperfect vegetables. The main purposes of this project are to reduce food loss from discarding imperfect vegetables, and beyond that, to create a sustainable, recycling-oriented society by using vegetable trays to reduce the amount of plastic waste. I first gathered information on imperfect vegetables and developed the first vegetable tray prototype. I
came across a lot of challenges in the first development, which will be the basis for further development. Based on the challenges, I saw it was necessary to first analyze the characteristics of vegetables and find vegetables suitable for the vegetable tray. So I devised the dried vegetables and searched for vegetables that dry easily for use in vegetable trays. Here are a few pictures of the process. As you can see, I tried making dried vegetables out of many different vegetables. As a result, vegetables that dry easily included carrots, bell peppers, squash, and cabbage. Using this, I made the second vegetable tray. I was able to make one that was sturdier than the first one. Also, taking advantage of the fact that all the ingredients were made from food, I was able to eat them in miso soup even after using them as vegetable trays. In addition, being reused as food, they can also be used as fertilizer for plants. I believe my vegetable trays in supermarket and convenience stores will help raise awareness of food loss and plastic waste reduction. Out of the 2.9 million tons of vegetables produced each year, 580,000 tons of imperfect vegetables are thrown away. However, with vegetable trays, 27 kilograms of imperfect vegetables are saved. The vegetable tray has a wide range of possibilities. However, it is not yet complete. With the help of many more people, we hope to develop something better that will change the world. I would like to be a small pioneer in a world where it is natural for people to take action to make our lives better. To this end, I am researching food waste solutions around the world. I once went to the United States. At an American restaurant, I could not finish eating my food. The restaurant gave me a food pack to take my leftovers home. I believe this is one way to prevent food loss, preparing takeout packages for leftover food. It is important to share what we are doing in each other's countries in both countries. After sharing, we can observe each other's good points. For this purpose, I had a discussion with my friend I met on my trip to Taiwan in January about food waste solutions being taken in both countries. First, I explained about food waste solutions being taken in Japan and vegetable trays. I then asked them about food waste solutions being taken in Taiwan. In Taiwan, supermarkets sell expired food items at discount, and if they still remain unsold, they donate them to social welfare organizations to help people in need of food. As a first step that I can take, I want to teach people around me about imperfect vegetables, and in addition, I want to think about the great contribution that vegetable trays can make in reducing food loss in their daily lives. For this purpose, I would like to promote development we can do now. Thank you for listening.
宮本沙和さんでした。ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問をお願いしたいと思います。はい、住谷先生、お願いします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your great presentation. Very impressive effort you made. And yeah, my question is, yeah, about making the vegetable tray. What are the key to make that? Did you use some tools, ingredients, or technology to make that tray?
Okay. Vegetable tray can make reducing plastic waste and
To put it another way, how did you learn how to make that?
Sorry, I cannot understand.
How can you make that tray?
Okay. Rice powder. Sorry. To mix rice flour and water mixed together and dried vegetables mixed and I then thaw and warm in rice flour and water mixed and added dried vegetables.
Okay, thank you very much.
工藤先生、お願いします。
Thank you for your presentation. I think people are more aware of the food loss problems than before, and I think that's a good thing. And my question is, as you know, there are many different kinds of food that are thrown away for many reasons. And why did you choose imperfect vegetables?
So I listen imperfect vegetables in my school, and I'm interested in imperfect vegetables.
Okay.
校長先生、お願いします。
Thank you for your presentation. I think, using waste food or, converting food loss into an initiative where we reduce plastic use, that's an amazing initiative. But what I would like to ask you is that having this, imperfect vegetables is actually a very domestic, very Japanese way of thinking. So I think this is like converting completely healthy and good vegetables just because they are, not looking good into trays may not be the best, way to solve the problem. Would you do anything to change the mindset of imperfect vegetables? Very, okay, simplified. Do you think that Japan or Japanese people can change their minds about how they look at or how they treat imperfect vegetables?
Japanese people do not know imperfect vegetables, and first for example, I made account of Instagram and Twitter, so I spread information on imperfect vegetables.
My question was like, Japanese people don't really like or buy imperfect vegetables. They are not sold in the first place in the supermarket. It's all about beautiful, same size, same color vegetables, right? And the imperfect vegetables just go to waste. And this is a very, I think, like Japan-specific problem. And it's about the mindset, how we treat what we do with imperfect vegetables. Do you think that Japan can change this mindset?
okay, if vegetable tray in supermarkets, convenience stores, they try vegetable trays, so they raise awareness of imperfect vegetables.
Okay, thank you.
お時間となりました。宮本沙和さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。青森県立田名部高等学校宮本沙和さんのプレゼンテーションでした。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。ご紹介させていただきます。はい、今準備中でございますね。すみません。プレゼンテーション7分間のプレゼンテーションと、そして約3分間の質疑応答すべてで審査員の方には審査をしていただいています。はい、ということで質疑のところまでしっかりと見られているということでございます。はい、審査員の皆様のお手元にはですね、審査シートが配られておりまして、各さまざまな項目のところで点数をつけてジャッジをしていただいております。それでは続いての方、準備が整ったようですのでご紹介させていただきます。続いてのプレゼンターは東京都立国際高等学校シェルバン・アレクサンドラ・ディアナさんです。
COVID-19. That's how it all started. Ever since the pandemic broke out, we have been encouraged not only to wash our hands, but also to sanitize our hands. But imagine walking into a store and you find yourself face to face with numerous hand sanitizing products, each one more alluringly marketized than the last. How do you know which one to buy? That exact phenomenon happened to me. And it was at that moment I remembered a stoichiometric technique we learned in chemistry class called titration. This method would allow the determination of the concentration of a substance using the relationship between acids and bases. Now, if you still haven't noticed from the fact that I remembered a stoichiometric technique during shopping, a girl's favorite time, right, girls? I am a major chemistry nerd. So I thought, maybe I can obtain an answer to my question using chemistry. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how I embarked on my research journey. Like any experiment, I started from research. The main component of hand sanitizers is ethanol. And I found out this is because ethanol could break the lipidic envelope of the virus, disrupting viral activity. This was proven by Professor Stefan Salenting's experiment. My methodology was based on redox titration. You could determine the concentration of a substance, which with the use of indicators would make the progression of the reaction observable for the experimenter. Now, my hypothesis was simple. The more impurities the substance contained, the less effective the sample was. So I got straight into it. I wrote down my methodology, I gathered my samples all from a local drugstore, I synthesized my materials, and I created my apparatus. As you can see, sodium thiosulfate, the titrant, is in the burette, and the sample is in the analyte, in the beaker. Now, the whole point of this experiment was to find out how much titrant was used to determine the concentration. Thus, that was the independent variable for my research. As you can see, the more titrant was added, the analyte changed color from purple to yellow to transparent. I also knew that in science, results were more theoretical rather than experimental, and so I calculated all my uncertainties for all my measurements. I will quickly move on before we all get a headache from all these numbers. Whew. Okay, that's a relief. Okay. Now, these are the results for the experiment. I calculated my averages, and I plotted a graph. We can see a positive increase in the amount of titrant used. If we take a look at the purity of the samples, we can see that the purer the sample is, the less titrant is needed. This means that the concentration of ethanol is higher, thus making the sample more efficient. This supports my hypothesis, confirming it. Now, the more impurities were present in the sample, the more titrant was used. That means that the color change was slower and gradual. Now, if we take a look at my research equationally, this is how it would look like. Ethanol reacted with potassium dichromate, creating ethanoic acid. The excess potassium dichromate reacted with potassium iodine, creating iodide, and the iodide created with sodium thiosulfate. That was a tongue twister. And you don't need to understand that. The reason that I wanted to show this is to prove that there is more than one way to express a research. Keep an open mind. Words, of course, but in science, equations also. Now, the results that I got were valuable. It allows us to determine the efficacy of the hand sanitizers just by looking at their components. So my research did, in fact, answer my initial question. However, that is not all I learned. Dale Carnegie once said, knowledge isn't the power until it is applied. Is there something wrong with the remote, or I'm pushing it? I'm pushing it? Okay. So knowledge isn't the power until it is applied. And I felt this firsthand through my research. I felt it. It is not enough to gain knowledge in the classroom. That's not how you make a change. That's not how I made a change. We need to apply knowledge outside the classroom. But more importantly, we need to apply knowledge to what we love, our passions, our interests. We have so many accomplished judges here today. And I believe that they were able to get to where they are now by pursuing what they love. Am I right, judges? I am a major chemistry nerd, as I said. And that is what lit my fire to drive this research. A love for chemistry and a dream to alleviate the pandemic. That was my goal. That is my long-term goal. And that is all it takes. Again, a passion and a dream. That is all you need to make a change in this world. But my research is far from over. As I said, eradicating the pandemic is my long-term goal. And this experiment was only one step to contribute to that long-term goal. There is so much more room for application. Titration can be applied in a myriad of cases. And this experiment was only a step to bring the world closer, a world without a pandemic, a world without viruses. Now, my research doesn't end here. I have a bigger vision. My vision is to further apply chemistry to create a world where health is promoted and diseases are ended. And I believe that I have both the determination and the motivation to do that. That is how I started my research, and that is how I intend on continuing it. I will not stop. Because when applied, science, look at that, science is limitless. Thank you.
セレガン・アレクサンドラ・ディアナさんでした。どうもありがとうございました。では審査員の皆様から質問を伺いたいと思います。はい、田岡先生お願いします。
Hello, thank
Hi.
you so much for sharing your passion for chemistry.
Thank you for listening. I'm sorry about the remote. I don't know what happened.
No
I hope it was no hindrance in the understanding.
Not at all.
Thank you.
I am curious to know how you would, so we've seen how you use that Dale Carnegie quote to say, you know, you need to be able to turn your knowledge into power, right?
Yes, correct.
How would you encourage others? What's your next step on how you would encourage your peers to take the knowledge they use in the classroom and to apply it and turn it into power?
Thank you for your question. I would like to tie that into my experience. I went to a Japanese school until the 9th grade. And after that, in high school, I went into an international course called the IB. And there was a drastic change in the curriculum. The Japanese education system was based on memorization, rather when the IB was based on application. And I had such a hard time converting my mindset. So as an opportunity to change their mindset and giving them the chance to apply knowledge, I would say that these types of awards, these types of contests, they're an incredible opportunity to do so. What I felt when I was in junior high school, I didn't have the opportunity to apply knowledge. The tests were based on memory. Everything was based on memory. I didn't have the chance. So what kids need, what students need, what change makers need is that opportunity to apply knowledge. So to answer your question in a simplified manner, I would give them the opportunity to apply knowledge, whether it is in school, outside of school, collaborative work, change, and opportunity is what they need. Thank you for your question.
Okay, any more questions? How about コーチ先生いかがでしょうか
I don't have any actually specific questions. It's just a really nice mindset and approach of you in terms of, how to not only learn in theory, but also be able to apply it to create, useful things.
Yes.
So, yeah, no questions from my side. Thank you.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. はい、お時間となりました。どうもありがとうございました。シェルブン・アレクサンドラ・ディアナさんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございます。はい、会場にも応援団がいらしておりますね。はい。はい。それでは次の準備が整いますまで、少し審査員の皆様にここまでの印象を伺ってまいりたいと思います。高橋先生。今年は会場での開催となりましたけれども、ここまでの印象いかがでしょうか。
いや本当にね、これ毎年思うんですけど、皆さんの問題意識が素晴らしいですよね。もう世代の話するのあれですけど、我々の頃何にも考えずに生きてましたから。本当に今の子たちいろんなことに関心を持ってる。ただ関心持つだけじゃなくて、それ自分なりの方法でこうね、いろいろとリサーチして、実際のものをこう作り出したりとか、いろんなことされてるのでね、やっぱ非常にね、私も感動してます。
ありがとうございます。本当に英語4技能というところで、英語だけではない、英語力だけではないという考えて行動に移してというところが問われている今回のコンテストになります。さあ、それでは準備が整ったようです。続いてのプレゼンター紹介いたします。続いてのプレゼンターは広島県立広島叡智学園中学校高等学校黒木玉江さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, my name is Tamae Kurogi, and first of all, I have a question for you. Please look at the picture of these two lemons. If these lemons are sold at the same price in a store, which lemon would you buy? Please raise your hand when I point to each lemon. Lemon A. Thank you. Or lemon B. Great. Thank you for your opinion. Now, most people choose lemon A. And I think the reason why they choose is because it looks fresh and beautiful. In fact, 98% of people who I survey at my school also say that I will choose lemon A. But actually, lemon A was grown with agricultural pesticides and chemicals. On the other hand, lemon B was grown without them. Based on that information, I will ask you again. Which lemon would you buy? From the product development project, I became more aware about the consumer tendency to choose product based on the product's appearance and price. Just for a brief introduction by myself, I came from a small island in Hiroshima, which is in the Seto Inland Sea. Near my school, there is a beautiful beach, and the island is famous from the cultivation of citrus fruits. I really love the island's environment.
However, when I visited the beach near my school, I was shocked. There was a lot of plastic and garbage. I thought I really want to share and solve this problem. Then I came up with an idea to raise awareness and approach the ocean pollution. Here is the product called lemon leaf salt, which I developed. The ingredients are really simple. To raise awareness about the ocean pollution, I used the salt that is made from the seawater of Seto Inland Sea. But I also thought just using salt is not original enough. So in addition to it, I used the specialty product of the island, lemon's reef. However, the process to realize this product was not that simple. In the process, I experienced several difficulties. The first one was about safety of the salt that is simply made from the seawater. And the second one was about the safety of eating lemon's reef. My challenge was started from that point. I considered a lot of resources to find out how to solve the problem. Then I met with a sustainable agriculture company and pesticide-free farmer on the island. In the initial idea, I tried to generate a salt by pumping up seawater and boil it by myself. However, as I mentioned before, the ocean pollution is becoming a big issue around the world. The plastic thrown into the ocean breaks down into small pieces, and the microplastics are easy to absorb the toxic chemical in the ocean. So it will give bad effects for our health when we take them into our body. Then I decided to use the salt called clear salt that is produced by an agriculture company on my island. The salt is made from the underground seawater, and the seawater is filtered by the sand of sea bottom. Therefore, there is almost no viable bacteria and plastic that are harmful for our health. However, at the same time, the farmer told me that the salt takes a lot of time and effort to generate it, so it costs higher than the normal product. As for the lemon leaves, which is the key input for my product, and the one that is provided by a pesticide-free farmers is also facing the similar problem. Most fruits that is grown by farmers are normally using many pesticides to keep insects away. Lemons are one of them. When I visited the pesticide-free farmers field, I was amazed at how little pest damage, even if they're not using the agricultural pesticides and chemicals. The farmer told me that by not using the pesticides and chemicals, they're able to keep the beneficial insects alive and allow the natural ecosystem to thrive. Nevertheless, no matter how environmentally friendly the crops are, if they are damaged or eaten by insects and it costs higher than the normal product, the consumer is reluctant to purchase them. We need to change the consumer tendency to choose product based on the product's appearance and price. If we, as consumers, choose and buy products that are good for the environment, we can change the cultivation and production method of the producers. Then, as a result, the environment will change. It will also have good effect for our health as well. Currently, lemon leaf salt is sold locally. In addition to selling it, I also have created a pamphlet and website to spread my thoughts and wishes for better environment. The people who buy lemon leaf salt, the people who listen my speech, although it's still small in numbers, but they were interested in my product and the social and environmental issues that I discussed in my project. And so, my circle has grown, and as you can see from this map, the people from all over Japan and world are gradually accessing my website. Even if it's a small action, each individual's awareness and consciousness can be the power to change world, society, and environment. I think lemon leaf salt becomes an opportunity to bring awareness to many people. I would like to continue to tell the message that the small action and little awareness of consumer can be a small but major step that heals and changes the environment with gifts for my island. Thank you for listening.
黒木玉江さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問いただきます。高橋先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you, Tamae, for your presentation. So you made a salt from lemon leaves, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that is very impressive. So my question is pretty simple. So how does it taste? Does it taste different from, as a conventional salt?
Thank you for asking me a question. The taste is almost same with the original salt, but the most characteristic point of this salt is fresh smell of the lemon leaf, and it's really fresh. And if we eat with them with some seafood, it will taste really good. So yeah, taste is really it's not a problem to eat, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
工藤先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I have two questions. The first one, how much is that salt?
Okay, thank you for asking question. This costs 330 yen
Okay.
with tax.
Right, thank you. Okay, right. And the second question is, now people in here know about the salt because you made a presentation. And how can you make the salt more popular? Do you have any plans?
Now I'm thinking about the two plans, and the first plan is about the website, make the website in English, and you can access the website from this QR code, but in now, I'm just making the website in English, in Japanese, so it does not have the English version. So to spread about the lemon leaf with more people, I want to create an English version of the website. And the second one is about expand the market, and especially I want to realize the online market, because it's in current state. I just thinking about it. In the initial idea, this project was local-based project, so it's just selling in the local market. But I want to sell in the online market to make it easy to approach and buy from all over Japan and the world. Yeah, it is two things.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions? How about Sumitani sensei, please?
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation, and I think you made very impressive efforts. So could you clarify again what your objective is? What do you want to achieve by doing this kind of activities?
Okay, thank you. And the things that I really want to share from this project is we need to change the consumer tendency to choose product based on the product's appearance and price. And I think it is becoming a base of all of the social issues, because I think social issues is all of them is connecting. And yeah, when I think about the ocean plastic, I think it's relating with the mass consumption as mass production of the plastic. So I think, yeah, the one that I mentioned in the beginning is what I want to tell.
Okay, thank you very much.
お時間となりました。黒木玉江さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。でもね、興味深いソルトでしたけれども、印象を言いたいんですけれども、ね、ジャッジに影響するといけないので、ちょっと感想が言えないのがとっても残念なんですけれども、さあ、続いての準備に参りますまで少しお話を伺いたいと思います。それでは田岡先生、今までのところいかがでしょうか。
はい、すごい、私はこれ初めてですからすごいです。皆さんのプレゼンテーション、アイディアもすごいオリジナルとしてすごい世界を皆さんが助かるようにしたいみたいですね。すごいです。
そうですよね。本当にアイディアがすべてオリジナルであってね、それを自分の言葉で全く今までにないことを伝えるっていうのはすごいことですよね。しかも英語というところですから、かなりなチャレンジングな機会になっているかと思います。引き続き頑張っていただきたいと思います。それでは準備整ったようですので、続いてのプレゼンターをご紹介させていただきます。次のプレゼンターは筑陽学園高等学校春山夏菜絵さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Suddenly, have you ever heard of the developmental disorder gray zone? The developmental disorder gray zone refers to a group of individuals or group or in a developmental disorders or challenges, but may not meet the criteria for a specific diagnosis or are not eligible for official support and services. That is called of the lack of support and services from around them, leading to difficulties in daily life. And I am one of them. I came up with this idea because I want to make it possible for people in the gray zone to live their life as they like, even if only a little. To make it possible for people in the gray zone to as they like. Another motivation is the difference between Japan and Thailand, which I was shocked when I stayed in Thailand in 2022 and experienced the educational field there. In Thailand, there was a support system for the developmental disorder gray zone and a deep understanding from those around them. Thailand was an ideal environment for me, where people in the developmental disorder gray zone were treated with the same perspective and tolerance. As an easy example is the RTI model, which is a diagnostic model to objectively judge what kind of support is needed by gradually giving support, guidance, and measuring the reactions. However, in Japan, students are quickly sorted and separated into those with and without developmental disorder based on textbooks only. To spread this RTI model widely, I wondered if the third step, individualized support, could be replaced by an application that can be used from anywhere in the world, regardless of wealth, urban, or rural areas. Before I began my exploration, I surveyed 15 people who were suffering from the developmental disorder gray zone, and many of them said suffered that from forgetfulness, lack of planning, and lack of continuity in their daily lives. To solve this problem, these are small failures, but when they stack up, it becomes a negative spiral. So I decided to create a simple app with multiple functions that make it easy to continue. The purpose of this application is to empower people with developmental disorder gray zone to live comfortably by removing as many barriers as possible in their daily lives. And this Blue Zone app includes some features like to-do lists, weekly schedule management, note-taking, and future self-recording and encouragement. Although similar apps exist, they did not have a mental health approach, so this app adds that aspect. With the 15 participants use Blue Zone app for 3 weeks, from November 5th to 26th, and from December 29th to January 19th. 14 out of 15 participants reported that they got less attention and behavioral criticism in their daily lives. In addition, high school student participants reported that an 18% increased their regular test scores, as well as improvement in their mental well-being due to a better rhythm in their daily lives. The second half session produced some interesting results for that. 14 out of 15 participants were able to reduce the wasteful spending in their daily lives and wasteful spending. This time, I was able to get direct feedback from the person in a role of promoting special needs education. it is said about the people in the developmental disorder gray zone are not good at organizing things and doing tasks quickly. But this is not due to a lack of effort or laziness on their part. What is lacking is the support and understanding from those around them. Our role is to help them maximize their ability and be a companion. That's what support is all about, she told me. We need to break down the social barriers. The key is not to ask why can't do it, but how they can do it. According to a University of Pittsburgh Medical Center suicidal attempt on the developmental disorder gray zone, approximately 20% of patients suffered from suicidal attempts or thoughts and suicidal thoughts attempts, and I relieve the stress of fearing the unknown. This can result to approximately 20% of patients experience the suicidal thoughts or attempts in their daily lives. And I want to improvement for these circumstances. So this Blue Zone app allows me to record and visualize the build-up, which will help relieve the stress of fearing the unknown. And then, I want to make future with the people lively spirit. Thank you for listening.
春山かなえさんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を伺ってまいります。はい、住谷先生、お願いいたします。
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's a very unique approach you did with the Blue Zone application. Yeah, what I'd like to know more is that how does your application help gray zone people or change their behavior? Could you give us some more examples?
Some more example. Yeah. Another perspective, like
how concretely, what kind of functions does your application have, and how the users change their behavior with your application? So, a few examples.
For instance, another functions have some the reminder of their sleeping time and waking up time, and it is available for customize their and improvement their daily lives. And I asked that aspect.
So it's mostly about their scheduling and planning, and not much in the contents of learning. Is that right? Am I understand right?
Learning.
So the application is mostly about planning and scheduling,
yes.
Not much about the contents of learning.
I'm so afraid that this time of for the presentation haven't that aspect like the education for that, but I have some reply from the Melbourne University, the Professor Hatz, and he will cooperate for this Blue Zone app project, and he will teach me about RTI model compared with another country's education. So I want to add in this future for that.
Okay. Thank you very much. Great.
お時間となりました。春山かなえさんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、 続いてで最後の個人部門最後となりますけれども、ここで準備が整いますまで審査員の皆様にお話を伺いたいと思います。工藤先生、ここまでの印象いかがでしょうか。
はい、とても感銘を受けていますが、アイデア自体も素晴らしいんですが、それぞれの方が発表してくださっている、それ以外にやっぱ単にこのアイデアがいいからいいじゃなくて、ちゃんとリサーチをして手順を踏んで客観的な証拠をもとに、自分の主張を広げているっていうところが非常に良くて、このリサーチの仕方も多岐に飛んでるんですけど、なんか私が今大学院とかで教えているようなことをもうすでにやられているという感じなので、今日いらっしゃってる方にはもうほとんど当たり前のことかもしれないんですけど、非常にハイレベルなリサーチメソッドも、展開していて、考察もしっかりしているなってところが非常に素晴らしいなと思っています。はい、
本当にそうですよね。そうだと思います。先生がおっしゃると、もうまさにその重みが違うというところですけれども、はい、では準備が整ったようでございます。それでは個人部門最後のプレゼンターご紹介させていただきます。続いてのプレゼンターは聖学院中学校高等学校野中茂雄さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
On February 1st of 2021, the day of the coup in Myanmar, I was there in Yangon, Myanmar's largest city, when the coup happened. In response to the coup, people protested peacefully by singing and dancing. Do you know why? It was to appeal to us, the international community. But we, the international society, stood by. The internet connections were cut off, politicians and youth were detained, and even children were killed. As the repression intensified, I returned to Japan. Back in Japan, what I felt was a sense of discomfort and crisis. I was surprised by the indifference of Japanese youth to global issues. We're learning about conflicts, poverty, discrimination, and many other issues at school, and yet we don't take them as our own business. I thought it was because we cannot see the faces of the people who are suffering from these issues. The people who are fighting for Myanmar now once ate with their families, went to school, played with their friends, just like us. They lived a very peaceful life. They were not wealthy, but they helped each other. The Myanmar I saw was truly a beautiful country. But overnight, the daily life was taken away. Peace and democracy cannot be taken for granted. I want to tell the story of life of those people who are still trying their best to live. There must be something I can say because I've witnessed the peaceful days in Myanmar. With this in mind, I started the Yangon Karuta project with those who felt similar resentment. We are a group of people aged between 14 and 25 who have lived in Myanmar and who study the Burmese language at university. We convey Myanmar's history, culture, and people's daily lives through the traditional Japanese card game of karuta. This is a photo from one of our collections. Yangon Wall, a back alley to be reborn. In Yangon, there is an initiative called the Yangon Wall. Its purpose is to reinvigorate the city's back alley by removing rubbish and having young artists draw pictures and install playground equipment. There are no signs saying, please don't throw away rubbish here, or let's keep it clean here. But it is a sustainable initiative because everyone wants to protect this lovely place. The project gathers people, improves security, and revitalizes the whole city. This is a successful example of the SDGs using the power of art to move people's hearts into society. There are more such walls in Yangon. Incidentally, this is a recreation of a film shoot. Here's another karuta to introduce. Rolly Rawadi, as you remember, this picture was taken by me by the Irrawaddy River in Myanmar. This picture won a competition organised by a British foundation and all of its proceeds were donated. It was sold at auction, and all of its proceeds were donated for the constructions of schools in developing countries. I had never been interested in social contribution before, but from this experience, I learned that even if I didn't have money or power, I could contribute by doing what I liked. Look at this picture. This is a beautiful sunset in Yangon. But these peaceful days were taken away by guns, and that's what a coup is. We're trying to convey this through Karuta and seek what we can do. In the course of our activities, we had the opportunity to interact with Rohingya refugees. Some of the Rohingyas who have no nationality live in Japan as legal refugees. Their problems are not only those of distant countries, but those of Japan. Although we Japanese ourselves may find difficulties living in Japan, as long as we're Japanese, we're the majority. The focus of our project is not only about wars and coups around the globe, but also in minorities and human rights. We're now expanding our activities by hosting events at school and centers for international exchange. We're also collaborating with the restaurant. By eating its cuisine, people get to know about its culture, and through Karuta, its history and background. We're also donating all of its proceeds to Myanmar. This year, we are preparing to do more new things, such as including making an English version of Karuta. Look at this picture. This is a small protest in a small village. The people in Myanmar would probably never know about this demonstration. No, for that matter, or the people of the neighboring village. But we, who live in the international society, can know about this through the internet. And so we need to know this. Although things only start when people who are involved talk about their experiences, when people who are not involved make a move, society will change. We forget, and soon we become different. That's why I came here today. Thank you for listening.
野中茂雄さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問など伺ってまいりたいと思います。Okay, judges, do any of you have questions? How about, はい、高橋先生、please.
Okay, thank you, Shigeo. So I assume your goal is to make young Japanese people pay more attention to what is going on in Myanmar or in the world, right?
Yeah, basically. But our focus is rather on the peaceful days in Myanmar, and that's why we utilize the karuta with fun phrases, with the picture, to convey the daily lives and the peaceful days in Myanmar.
So my question is, why did you think making a counter is a good way to realize your goal?
What? Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. You decided to make a counter to make young Japanese people pay more attention to the global issues. So why did you think making a counter is a good way to realize that?
Because karuta consists of fun phrases, with short fun phrases, and with the catchy and colorful pictures. And we also have like another explanatory note on every single karuta, make it, and also with the plays, through playing karuta, with the joy of playing games and all that stuff, I think it's easier for people who, it's also easier to gain attention of those who are not involved in global issues to pay attention to the Myanmar and what's going on in there.
Okay, thank you.
How about Sumitani Sensei? Any questions, please?
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. You showed us some picture of camera taking picture of blue walls. Could you explain what is the meaning of that scene?
Oh, the blue wall?
Yeah, that
this
one.
one?
Yeah.
Oh, this is a recreation of a film shoot. And yeah, I mean, it is a recreation of a film shoot. Wait.
How does it relate to your objective?
Oh, it's like, of course, this initiative was done during the peace of days in Myanmar, peace of times, and this this initiative and its project has been aborted because of coup, and I thought that this is very good for us to use to kind of like depict the peace of days in Myanmar, and also this is I mean it does relate to SDGs as well, as it did work out as a measurement for infrastructures as well. So yeah, that's why.
Thank you very much.
お時間となりましたが、でもいけそうですかね。はい、こっち先生お願いします。
Very quickly, how much have you fundraised so far?
Fundraised. So we crowdfunded at the first of our project, and we have funded like 30,000 yen. I mean 30,000 yen. 30,300 won.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you. And very quickly, one more. Have you also considered to launch a crowdfunding project for this?
Oh, what? Could you repeat the question? Yeah.
Have you considered to launch a crowdfunding project?
Oh, I did.
Oh, okay.
Launch a crowdfunding. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, thank you.
はい、ありがとうございました。野中茂雄さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、以上で個人部門10校の発表が終了いたしました。ここで一旦ですね、個人部門の審査時間とさせていただきまして、この後休憩を挟んで13時22分よりチーム部門のプレゼンテーションを始めさせていただきます。一旦ここで審査時間をいただきまして、午後の部は午後1時22分より再開いたします。どうぞ皆様最後までお付き合いくださいませ。それでは皆様お待たせいたしました。これより第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズ午後のプレゼンテーションを始めてまいります。ここからの審査員といたしまして、グローバルリンク賞をご提供いただいております株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川秀明様にご参加をいただきます。及川様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、よろしくお願いいたします。
よろしくお願いいたします。
お願いします。
さて、ここからはチーム部門ご覧の10校が登場してまいります。どんなプレゼンテーションが聞けるのでしょうか。とても楽しみです。それでは準備はよろしいでしょうか。早速1組目のプレゼンターにご登場いただきましょう。昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校ゴースト&バードの皆さんです。よろしくお願いいたします。
As of right now, the LGBTQ community is still a new concept, and even though it's made its way through a lot of people's minds, it is still thought of as new or different.
According to the Human Rights Campaign, LGBTQ children stated that when asked what their biggest problem was, they would say that they do not feel accepted, while non-LGBTQ children say it's homework or exams. Moreover, 42% of LGBTQ children feel unaccepted by the communities that they live in. We know that just spreading this knowledge isn't enough, and we must change these things from the roots. We must teach children the basics of the LGBTQ community in a language that they can all understand. in which you guessed it, it's picture books.
We know that picture books are a big part of our lives, and last year we entered the CMAs with the idea to make a platform where we can put in our own feelings and not be judged. However, we realize now that this can't really change the world, because every time I try to change a habit that I have, I take a really long time to do it. I have a habit of always fidgeting my nails when I'm nervous or uncomfortable. And even though I've been struggling with this since I was a very little girl, I still do it from time to time. Now, if a teenager like me finds it hard to change a simple daily habit, how can grown adults on the internet be expected to change, start accepting what they still see as new or different? That's why we made a picture book, because we know that children's minds are much more flexible than the ones of grown adults.
Now, hearing this, you might think that it could be a TV show or a movie that could have a stronger effect. However, they aren't introduced to children as early on as picture books are. I also know from having younger brothers that picture books are needed in children's lives. The first ever picture book that came into the horizon was in the 1870s and 1880s when Randolph Caldecott coined the phrase picture books to represent the books he created for his younger audience. Then in the 1920s, when picture books could be mass-produced in color, that helped literacy rates grow sufficiently in the US. As clearly shown, we can confidently say that picture books not only affect children, but also have a big impact on society.
The nonprofit organization Reading Partner says that illustrations shown alongside with text offer these valuable tools to children.
Furthermore, a sociologist from the State University of New York, Natalie Heinzenberg, stated that some of the crucial themes that children can learn from picture books are diversity, cultural experiences, race, gender, and sexual orientation, and other concepts.
Now for the book. We can't do a full read aloud to you right now, but we would like to do a short version of the book. Flowers for You and Me. Nora is recently confused about the like that she has for her classmate Amy. And it's different to what she feels about her family, friends, or her favorite things. But thinking about all the stories that she's read about the damsel in distress or the knight in shining armor, she pulls back these feelings and starts doubting herself. However, a few days later, she goes to school and learns about the LGBTQ community. And she finds that it's okay to be who you are and the freedom that people have into expressing their true selves. Later, she finds the courage to tell her friends and proudly goes up to Amy, and to her surprise, Amy felt the same way. She was just waiting for her to accept her true self for the beautiful person that Nora is.
After reading our book to many of our peers, we received positive feedback from every single one of them. And many of them also realized that there are little to no representations of the LGBTQ in picture books. Also, after reading the book to my brothers, they said that their perspective in the community has definitely changed. Now, why do we care so much about this cause? Me being bisexual
and me being pansexual,
we get hurt every single time we tell people.
Every time we tell people, they would be drastically surprised and not tell us that it's okay. And this is clearly because they assume that we are all straight.
Us also going to a girls' school, when we hang out a lot as friends, people will think of our sexualities and assume that we're dating, when in reality, we're just great friends.
And we are tired of everyone being surprised and treating us differently because of this new information. And that's why we made a picture book, because we know that, and that's why we made a picture book. And we have put in new and innovative ideas that will definitely impact children and stop them from treating people differently.
Our first idea was our outlines. We used the color green for our outlines since we wanted the kids to read the book in a calm and positive attitude. The color green is also used in many hospitals for its effects in calming patients. Surgeons also wear the color green not only to see better, since it's the opposite of red, but also to calm themselves down from the stressful procedures. Green is also a gender-neutral color, which can help with the gender equality issue.
Our second idea is our title, Flowers for You and Me Both. These two represent two things. The flower for you represents the flower that she gives to her love interest, Amy, and it shows her courage for telling herself, to confessing her feelings. The flower for me represents how amazing it can feel to be yourself and accept yourself, because in our book, it's not always about finding true love. It's about being yourself and accepting yourself.
And third, the representation of lesbians in TV shows and movies are often stereotyped in being boyish girls with short hair, and we all know this isn't true. So, for our book, we didn't want to set such stereotypes, so we drew girls who aren't reduced to being girly or boyish. We know that this book can change the mindset of many future adults. Moreover, we want the parents who read this to their children to know that this is the new normal, and that to always include the thought that their children might be a part of the LGBTQ community.
Moreover, we want to change the world. That's why we're not stopping here. We are going to work until we can publish our book and kids can grow up with the idea of the LGBTQ community and have this as a part of their daily lives, because we want to make the current diverse our new normal. Thank you for listening.
ゴースト&バードの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の方からご質問などお願いしたいと思います。はい、田岡先生お願いします。
Hello, thank you so much for that wonderful presentation and for creating these books. I have just a few kind of very basic questions about your book. Is the book in English or in Japanese?
It's in English because we realize that English is the international language, and more the speakers, more the children that we can affect.
And then the other question I had was, I noticed that your main characters were not kind of stereotypically Japanese looking. I wonder if you could tell me a little bit more about that decision.
We didn't want to make it all Japanese or all American or anything. We wanted to include a variety of ethnicities and nationalities, so we didn't want to make it all just Japanese or American.
And then my last question is, can you tell me about some of the other issues that you plan to tackle in some of your other books?
In our other books, well, first we were going to try to make this into a series. We want to make it different cultures, because in our book, it has a page where she's going on like a school bus, but maybe for Japan, it's trains, or maybe for other countries, it's cars, trucks, and we want to make it something that every kid can relate to.
Wonderful, thank you.
もう少し中央でせっかくなので、はい、そうですね。はい、ありがとうございます。こうね、緑の印もありますものね。ちょっと分かりづらかったかもしれませんが、そうですね。もう少し真ん中の方で、はい、答えいただければいいと思います。So, any other questions? はい、こっち先生お願いします。
Thank you so much. It's a great concept, and early education and this topic is very, very important. My question would be, are you, I guess this is now at the planning phase. How are you going to distribute the book?
Our books?
Yeah.
So we plan on talking to small business owners who writes picture books. Not huge authors. We want to start talking with local picture book writers, and we want to ask them about how to make a picture book better, how to have them published, how to get corporations, give us funding to print more books, or have different bookstores sell our books. So we plan on talking to many other people and finding more information about what it takes to make picture books.
Also, as I stated, I have little brothers, so we were hoping to put these picture books, after we're done making them, into their schools to get more opinions from more smaller children and a variety of other, opinions.
Great.
Yeah.
One idea could be, because publishing could be a kind of a tough journey. You could also do crowdfunding and then create a digital book where you can sell on Amazon, like a Kindle book.
That is such an amazing idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
お時間となりました。どうもありがとうございました。ゴースト&バードの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。一組目、昭栄女子学院中学校高等学校からゴースト&バードの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。さあ続いてチーム部門2校目になりますが、その前に少しお話を伺いたいなと思っております。午後からご参加いただいております審査員の及川様、会場での開催が久々となりましたけれども、いかがでしょうか。
はい、私も過去3回、参加させていただいておりますが、コロナの影響でやっぱりオンラインが主流になっていたんですけども、やっぱりいいですね。
そうなんですよね。
まずここにこう集うっていうことと、あとは僕も第1回最初の発表者の方もやっぱり臨場感があって、きちんとこう思いとかも伝わるので、やっぱりこうオンラインにないこうオンサイトの良さっていうものは、これからどんどんまた回復して広がっていってほしいなというふうに本当に実感しております。
ありがとうございます。きっと生徒の皆さんもその思い感じていると思います。ありがとうございました。さあそれでは準備が整ったようでございます。続いてのプレゼンターへ参りたいと思います。続いては東京学芸大学附属国際中等教育学校のセーフバディの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Hana Katsunuma.
I'm Aya Yamauchi. And my name is Karen Takayama.
And we are founders and members of Safe Buddy. Nowadays, public places are becoming more frightening due to sexual harassment. In the Philippines and Nepal, for example, the overwhelming majority of girls and women from the ages of 13 to 29 have experienced sexual harassment. The numbers in Japan are lower, yet prevalent. This extends beyond countries nearby, as sexual harassment is truly a global problem. As an aftermath, victims of sexual harassment may face psychological effects for many years to come, such as depression, anxiety, and insomnia. The fear of being sexually harassed in the first place is also a significant concern. In a survey we conducted towards students of a number of Asian countries, we found that about 65%, the vast majority of participants, were worried about public sexual harassment. Needless to say, sexual harassment is a serious and ongoing problem. Despite this, looking at the data available of the 232 SDG indicators, we can see an underrepresentation of data in sexual harassment cases. Specifically, there is a lack of global monitoring for violence by non-partners and public safety in SDGs 5 and 16. This limits our ability to understand the problem fully and to, as a result, take effective measures. There is so much that needs to be done still, and we must take action. As members of Safe Buddy, our goal is to test and develop both quantitative and qualitative solutions to help globally monitor sexual harassment for teenagers. We chose to aim our solutions towards teenagers because we can better understand teenage needs and experiences. So, to fill in the gaps of this obscure data of sexual harassment statistics, we came up with two solutions. Our first solution is a Safe Buddy app, which will collect quantitative data. And our second solution is the international discussions we will be hosting, which will gather qualitative insights.
In order to achieve our primary goal, we came up with a solution. Safe Buddy. Safe Buddy will show me the most nearest danger hotspots, allowing me to select the safest route with just a few taps. By anonymously reporting any signs of sexual harassment onto a shared map, I can help not only myself, but others in collectively reducing hostile locations. With the Safe Buddy app that allows for quick sharing, identification, and prevention of sexual harassment hotspots, you won't have to worry about your back anymore. Now, our app has three main features, with the first one being a quick reporting system to see your own your local danger hotspots. And the second one is a quick reporting system for teens who want to report their own experiences. And lastly, an SOS button for those who are in need of emergencies. With just a quick shake on your phone, it automatically connects you to your local authorities. And so far, we have gotten this app tested by potential users from Nepal, Japan, and the Philippines. And in a survey we conducted towards these potential users, we have gathered the data that over 70% of them wanted to use SafeBuddy again in the future. And in order to connect with these potential users, we created a team of 9 members that consists of members from Nepal, Japan, and the Philippines. And our advisor is Terry Chang. And we are currently in the stages of mostly finishing coding and developing our app. And we are currently testing it within Google Play. We are only a few steps away from achieving our primary goal, which is the launch of SafeBuddy, a universally beneficial platform.
For the goal of culminating qualitative data to ensure global monitoring, we hosted an international event last year, Girls for Asia, a discourse on women's rights, empowerment, and social taboos. We prepared 4 physical locations in the countries of Japan, Philippines, Nepal, and Taiwan to discuss issues on girls' rights. And we invited speakers from NGOs and youth-led organizations to share their expertise on this field. Over 40 people from the 4 countries participated. As part of our events, we asked participants to create visual posters on their insights on a girls' rights issue. Here are some of the posters created. From this, we generated word clouds to analyze the tendencies between the proposed solutions and the countries they live in. We found something intriguing. In the countries of Japan and Taiwan, the solutions were more practical and technological based. For example, in Taiwan, they proposed a feature to add on dating apps to prevent harassment. However, in countries like Nepal, their solutions were more advocacy related, educating the public about the stigmas behind their periods. The same goes with Philippines for their emphasis on gender-based violence. So we found that in developed countries, the solutions towards sexual harassment is more technological and practical, while in developing countries, the solutions are more social justice-based. Moreover, through a survey we conducted to all participants, all of them were able to learn something new about girls' rights. This shows that not only did we achieve our objective of gathering qualitative data, but ensured that the participants were able to learn something meaningful and become their own change maker. Currently, we are working our best to share our initiative, whether it be through pitches or presentations like this one. And we hope to continue that in the future. With sexual harassment still being a serious issue worldwide, the launching of SafeBuddy, the app, and the organization of our international events will truly provide the youth with global and reliable information that could contribute in ending violence for all. We hope that through the continuation of these initiatives, we're able to reach out to those in need for the next generation.
Our generation.
Thank you very much.
セーフバディの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を伺いたいと思います。Do any of you have questions? はい、ありがとうございます。工藤先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you for your presentation. I'd like to ask you about the app you developed. So in the app, you asked people when and where you had experienced the sexual harassment. Is that right? Okay.
Correct.
I don't have, I don't know much about this topic, but I once heard that some people don't want to say that they had experienced the sexual harassment. When you designing the app, did you put that into consideration, or any other thing you considered when you developing your app?
Well, like I think that's the whole point of the app, because I think that the hurdle between sharing the information that you got harassed or not is that you're like talking physically with a person. So then by being able to like report it anonymously, you don't know that like it's you that got harassed. So then I think that this app will be crucial in order to like spread the information without it being like becoming like not privacy anymore, I guess.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? はい、田岡先生 please.
Hello, thank you. I think the self-reporting is an important aspect, but I think I'm also curious to know whether you're thinking about implementing anything to allow bystander reporting for people who have seen sexual harassment, but maybe they didn't experience it themselves.
Thank you for your question. So when developing our app, we were researching on present solutions as well, and we found a few that focused on bystander reporting as well. However, a limitation to our project is that we want to focus more on publishing the initial main features first and then developing it afterwards in order to prevent any bugging. And so we want to focus more on the victims themselves, but we also understand that bystander reporting is necessary, and that could come into consideration once we do more testing with the potential users. Thank you very much.
Any more questions or なんか感想でも、はい、ぜひ校長先生お願いします。
Thank you. Do you have any plans to share the data with local governments to increase the security?
So currently we haven't been able to distribute it as our main goal. However, there have been instances in other countries, mainly India, where they've shared their information to local governments, and so we could contact them in order to get advice and implement that to East Asia and Southeast Asia countries as well.
ありがとうございました。お時間となりました。セーフバディの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあそれでは続いての準備を待っている間にぜひ審査員の皆様からコメントいただきたいと思います。越智先生、生徒たちの英語力、考察力いかがでしょうか。
そうですね、すごくインプレッシブで、英語力も本当にこうネイティブに近い方が多かったんですし、それよりもすごく印象的だなと思っていたのが、やはりこうアイディアとかこういったのがあったらいいねっていうレベルで止まっているのではなくて、本気で取り組んで、商品開発してたり、サービス開発してたりとかする、そういったこう段階まで行ってるっていうのはすごく印象的ですね。
そうですよね。だからこそプレゼンテーションにも熱意とか重みとかが増しているような気がしますよね。ありがとうございます。引き続きよろしくお願いいたします。さあそれでは準備が整ったようです。続いてのプレゼンターをご紹介いたします。大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎エデュチェンジの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Hi, I'm Nazuna. Hi, I'm Shino. Together we are EduChange. We are creating an educational card game to change the entrepreneurship education in Japan.
Do you know just how much Japanese economy is dropping? The current economic growth rate for Japan is only 1.9%. Compared to this, other developed countries such as the US, UK, and France has each higher growth rates. The entry rate of new businesses seems to have deep connection with this. Look at this graph.
The blue line is Japan, and we can see how left behind it is. Japan also lacks interest in entrepreneurship compared to other countries. And there was another big difference this country had with Japan, which was well-developed entrepreneurship programs for early stage education. So we wondered, what is the state of entrepreneurship education in Japan?
To understand the effect of entrepreneurship education and its current state, we conducted a survey in neighboring junior high school. And here, we can see that over 80% of the students had no prior monetary education, and that about half of the students don't manage the money they spend daily.
We also observed if there are any changes between before and after entrepreneurship education, and these are the results. 80% of the students feel that they learned something new. They also show more cooperation skill, planning skill, and willingness to challenge. To sum it up, students lack interaction with business in daily lives, an opportunity to learn practical skills, which is something that entrepreneurship education can provide.
As a solution, we've created the Entrepreneurship Idea Game, an educational card game to be played in a class of 30 to 40. This game consists of 6 town cards and 30 job cards. Each of the town has its own unique characteristics and problems, which are presented by its people at the back of the card. The job cards are made of 12 base job cards and 18 town job cards. Each of the town has 3 town-specific jobs, which reflect their characteristics. The game also includes 60 material cards, which shows daily items such as electronics and groceries.
Let me explain the rules of this game. First step, student picks out a town card, and this decides a setting the student working with. Second step, we divide students into 6 groups, and each of the group gets 10 random material cards. Third step, students choose a job card that they think will fit the material they have, or if they want, they could come up with a job that isn't on a card. Fourth step, the student form a business idea.
Here's the look of the students in process from our first test play.
They are following a guide on this worksheet, and they need to come up with a catchphrase for their business and plan what they will be doing and how. This worksheet also encourages them to deepen their thought about the effect that their business is going to have in the future. And lastly, the students present the idea as a group and have a vote to decide the best business idea in the class.
Now that we covered the basic of our game, we want to talk about specifically what we want to achieve with this game. As we said in the beginning, entrepreneurs are what supports a good economy. To improve its low rate in Japan, we must educate young generation to be entrepreneur ready. Which raises the question, what is entrepreneur ready?
We believe someone entrepreneur ready has flexibility, leadership, ability to find problems, and tactics to deal with them. They also have a mind of manager, and is a creative thinker. While we think many of these skills can be nourished in our game, the key skills that are focused on our game are presentation skill, problem identification skill, imaginative thinking, and teamwork.
Listening to the townspeople and working out a way to make the community better leads to problem-finding skill. Thinking of your own ideas and way to promote them, that is presentation skill. And all this is done in a group, which poses the necessity of teamworking, and the whole flow of presenting and voting lets the student experience being entrepreneur and a consumer at the same time.
At the start of February, we had actual junior high school students play this game. And here what we learned from it. As you can see here, all of the students answer they use imaginative thinking, and 51% answer teamwork, and 47% problem identification skill. From this, we can say we've achieved most of our initial goal for this game.
The only skill that wasn't successfully put to practice was presentation skill. Having a deeper look, we can see that presentation is something that we need to think about in further developing our game. Other than that, we got comments like there weren't enough time given to the players to think, or that some of the rules were difficult to understand.
In response to this, we have a second test play and create an all-in-one lesson plan to go along with the game. In this plan, the game is conducted across 2 lessons so that students have enough time to work and partake in every action in the process. And it also allows students to reflect upon themselves and facilitator to take more time in explaining the game and avoid any confusions.
Additionally, we made sure to put emphasis on presentation, as promoting your own ideas to others is a crucial part of entrepreneurship. We, as students, tend to be too stiff during playing this game. We given some examples of creative ways of presenting. And additional navigation were also put in place for students that had hard time coming up with ideas of their own.
We think our game has the potential to improve Japanese education, not only because of its content, but by its system and simplicity. The big theme of this game is make students entrepreneur ready and improve our economy by creating ongoing flow in industry. Because this game has clear and simple rules, we can easily add those subtract rules and components to best fit the occasion. And with improvements, it can be used anywhere by anyone.
Our game has the potential to make entrepreneurship education more available in Japan and in other parts of the world in future. Thank you for listening.
エドチェンジの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆さんからご質問を受けたいと思います。Any of you have questions? では、住谷先生、いかがでしょうか。
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. It's a very good practice to develop entrepreneurship skills in students. And yeah, my question is, how about the motivation of entrepreneurship? Do you think, yeah, you can develop skills, right? But as you mentioned, the entrepreneur mind is very low in Japan. So can you do something to improve their motivation to be entrepreneur?
So we think by our game, not only skill but motivation can also be nourished, because if you haven't learned, or if you had no chance to interact with entrepreneurs or entrepreneurship in your daily life, or when you're young, you can't really have any interest or motivation towards entrepreneurship. But by creating this game, I think that if we can distribute it to more schools to play, student gets the chance to know entrepreneurship, because in current state of Japanese education, students don't really have the chance to interact with entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions? じゃあ、田岡先生、お願いします。
Thank you so much for thinking about different ways to get students to think about entrepreneurship. One thing I wonder about is there are lots of people who own small businesses. Their families own small businesses. And often the children inherit it and they continue it. Do you think that they think that what they're doing is entrepreneurship? Or do they say, oh, I'm just doing my family business?
I don't know for sure, because I am not in such a position, or there aren't many people around me that is in a similar position. But my guess is that they don't really think it's entrepreneurship, and they just think that they're going along with the business they have to take on. But in my opinion, this is a chance of entrepreneurship. Even if the business is still already existing, you can do better. You can come up with better ways to do your own business. And I think that is a part of entrepreneurship.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree with that. I think sometimes people don't realize that what they're already doing is entrepreneurship. Yeah. Thank you.
お時間となりました。ありがとうございました。エドチェンジの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。 大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎からエデュチェンジの皆さんによるプレゼンテーションでした。ここで、今一度チーム部門に入りまして立ち位置のご案内をさせていただきたいと思います。このプレゼンテーションをすべてですね Q&A までカメラで撮影をしております。で、映る範囲でということで、このセンターにあります白い目印のところに立って、プレゼンテーション、そして質疑応答まで、お願いできればと思います。プレゼンターの皆さんへの立ち位置のご案内をさせていただきました。それでは続いてのプレゼンターへと参りたいと思います。次のプレゼンターは山口県立大津緑陽高等学校幸せマスの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
We all love our hometown, Nagato. But there may be no Nagato in the future.
Nagato is depopulated with few jobs. According to Nagato City, in the next 40 years, the population will decrease by more than half. To boost the economy and make Nagato sustainable, we have launched our own project.
We are a member of Ozu's team project. Passionate high school students have gathered. The challenge was the project fund. Ozu's team project is not a club activity and it's not provided money. Money is energy.
We asked the local shops and restaurants to set fundraising boxes, Oen Kindako we named. Also, we promoted our activity via social media, TV, newspaper, and radio. We got support from the world-famous companies and city subsidy. Finally, we got warm and grateful 580,000 yen. However, when the time comes that project fund will disappear, we realized this way was not sustainable. So, we decided to create economic circulation.
Wa! This means Japanese harmony, the circle of human connections, and supplies of wa.
The first wa, Japanese harmony. We are growing leaf wasabi with aquaponics. Market research shows that while production of leaf wasabi is declining due to the environmental changes, the global market is expected to grow at 10% per year. Commercializing this leaf wasabi can protect Japanese culture and generate profit. This cycle will bring new jobs to Nagato. So we visited a nutritionist to develop a product and decided to make inari sushi, which is a traditional Japanese sushi.
Then we asked the local chef to market it together. Also, we came up with 134 ideas for the product name, and we got some advice from marketing professionals, and named it Otedama Wasabi. We prepared handwritten messages on red and white strings to express warm gratitude. We started preparing the day before from 6:30 a.m. on the morning of the event. Finally, we released our Otedama Wasabi. We sold them at a rate of, we sold it for 2 consecutive weeks. On the first day, we sold them at a rate of 2.6 pieces per minute. In addition to further promotion, we got customer feedback for a product improvement via QR code survey. Then, on the second day, we sold them at a rate of 3.8 pieces per minute, 1.5 times faster. Together with the harmony in Japanese culture, we made a success model.
The second wa, the circle of human connections. We met a lot of new people. The circle of human connections expanded to include members of the media, store owners, and local residents. As the circle expanded,
we were invited to a public SDGs seminar as a special guest. We presented how we've been achieving the SDGs to more than 300 people in person. We'll continue to expand this circle from Nagato to Japan and to the world.
The third word, new discoveries and surprise of what? We proved that we could make a difference in our local community and create new jobs. We did create an economic circulation by ourselves. Also, we ourselves rediscovered some of the attractions of Nagato by experiencing the enthusiasm and kindness of the local people.
We launched our project, raised the fund, researched, developed and promoted a new product and specialty of Nagato, and have got all ranking. This means we cannot sustain our activity by our loving Nagato. Harmony, the circle of human connections, and producing and finding surprise were the keys for another wa, economic circulation.
Now, we are working on Jibun Corporation. We've made our own individual plan and are working independently. We, each one of us, are making things happen on our own with the power we've gained by working together as a team.
I am planning online rural experience that combines the charm of people and nature in Nagato and make people feel like they want to live in our hometown facing depopulation.
I am using social media to promote the upcoming event and activities of OT's team project to our fans.
I am planning a crowdfunding campaign to raise more funds for members' research. I am planning a crowdfunding campaign to raise more funds for members' research development to bring more happiness to Nagato City.
I am developing a local specialty in collaboration with a local kamaboko company and promoting to boost my social media marketing skills and acquire new fans.
Connecting the dots, better us, will bring innovation and sustain wa.
No one can stop our evolution.
Thank you.
幸せマスの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。それでは審査員の先生方から質問を伺います。工藤先生、お願いします。
Okay, thank you for your presentation. You showed us a good teamwork, focusing on wa, okay, right? As you know, there are many depopulated towns and cities in Japan. Do you think some of the things you did will work in those depopulated cities and towns in Japan?
Yes, thank you for your question. We can. So our country can, if the people want to change your town.
Can you give us some examples from what you did that will work in the most effective way in other depopulated cities and towns?
Us, we will do together with anything, everything. We will help together each other, help each other.
So helping each other is the most important. Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? じゃあ、田岡先生、いかがでしょうか。
Hello, thank you for bringing attention to this very important issue. I wonder if you could think about how you might spread this to other places, right? So if another group of students wants to do this somewhere else, how would you explain to them how they might do this in their community?
Yes, thank you for your question. You said how we expand this product.
Yeah, to other students in another community who want to
Thank you.
improve their town.
We use SNS, social media, and local TV shows and newspapers. And radio. And also we said to them, buy my mouse, and so on.
Thank you.
How about Kochu Sensei?
Thank you. So not a specific question, perhaps, but one of my advice would be, so probably you need to understand the core motivations of a person when choosing a place to live and work, and then depart from that, think about the measures that you can take to increase the appeal of Nagato. That's my advice.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。お時間となりました。幸せマスの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。幸せマスというチーム名がモアハピネスの意味でしょうかね。幸せが増すという意味でしょうかね。はい、チーム名、いろいろなチーム名で皆さんご参加くださっております。ありがとうございます。では続いてのプレゼンター、用意が整いますまでコメントを伺いたいと思います。住谷先生、チーム部門、ここまでのところいかがでしょうか。印象などお聞かせください。
そうですね。チームワークがすごく印象的で、こうね、掛け合いとかタイミング合わせてとかですね、一人ではない要素っていうのがあるのと、あとやっぱりエネルギーを感じるというか、みんなで力を合わせてこの課題に取り組むっていう情熱をすごく感じています。
そうですよね。ありがとうございます。プレゼンテーション、そして質疑応答までですね、誰がどこの部門パートを答えるのかというところまでね、いろいろな戦略があるのかなと思っております。さあ、それでは次の準備が整ったようですので、続いてのプレゼンターをご紹介させていただきます。続いては頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校やさしんぼの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
This is what happens when climate change gets worse. Help me! I'm thirsty! Look! She has water! I need some water! Climate change is one of the biggest problems the world is facing today. However, the Japanese government is taking enough action to solve them. It won't be long before it's too late if things continue to be this way.
3 years ago, we realized how serious environmental problems were, and we wanted to take action to save ourselves and our future from suffering. So, we started a platform called Yasashimpo, where we raise awareness of the social issues around the world through social media to support the first few steps towards taking eco-friendly actions.
As we ran the platform, we wanted to influence more people more than telling information on social media. So we started to planning a business plan, which is ethical gift box for self-caring. In this box, there are several ethical products which are caring both people and society. Through this project, we interviewed over 100 people from different generations. And though we decided not to install this project right now, but we were able to notice the obstacles of buying ethical products. First, the doubt of whether they are really good for environment, and the lack of designs, and also the most biggest problems was the expensiveness of ethical products.
Take a look at this chart. There are people who are willing to pay extra money for ethical products. But because we are facing rapid inflation, people can't seem to be able to afford it. So,
we realized that one's ability to pay is essential to solving social issues.
We came up with a solution called progressive raise. This system uses a portion of a company's retained earnings to raise wages without creating a big loss for smaller companies. However, because retained earnings can reflect how stable and trustworthy the company is, the majority is left in stock. Here is an example of why this happens. I am an investor. Which company should I invest in?
I am a company with a lot of retained earnings.
And I am a company with little retained earnings.
You have little retained earnings, so I'm not sure if I can trust you. Wow, you have a lot of retained earnings, so I think I can trust you because you have lesser chances of going bankrupt. I am going to invest in this company.
Oh no, I have to start saving my retained earnings.
Just like so, the total amount of retained earnings in Japan has climbed up to 50 billion yen. However, although we propose that we were going to use retained earnings to raise wages, the smaller a company is, the lesser retained earnings the company has, meaning the lesser capacity it has to raise wages. Therefore, the progressive raise system enables small companies to use a lesser portion of their retained earnings compared to big companies.
However, a wage increase won't directly lead to one living an eco-friendly life. Imagine if you get a wage increase. Will you really spend your money for the environment rather than for yourself? We believe that by wage increasing, we would have the financial ability to start to even consider eco-friendly goods as an option.
Because unethical products are made to be cheap, they are manufactured in a cheap way, in an unethical way. Therefore, we have a solution to install a system where manufacturers are enforced to pay extra tax depending on the amount of CO2 that they emit.
Look, tax revenue has increased.
We call this system plus minus zero taxation. By using the collected CO2 tax, we are going to reduce income tax as well as social security contributions.
OMG, collected CO2 tax can reduce income tax.
However, energy is an essential thing in our daily lives, but there isn't enough ethical alternatives in the energy industry. Therefore, they are exempted from this system, meaning they don't have to pay the tax.
There are a lot of advantages of this system. First, it will encourage companies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and create eco-friendly products. And also, it will help reduce economic inequalities. And lastly, it will enable the prices of unethical products to rise, causing of the differences of cost between ethical and unethical products to disappear.
A similar type of taxation already exists in some countries, but there are many problems to them. How our plus-minus zero taxation differs from them is that the prices of commodities may rise, and that is a big issue. But we believe that we can solve this problem by using our wage increase system. Our objective of plus-minus zero taxation is to make companies take responsible for their eco-friendly actions and close the cost gap between ethical and unethical products.
Well, social problems and environmental problems are a big matter. So what can we do as high schoolers? By using our social media platform, we're going to post about ethical products from all over the world to gain their popularity. And by including these information, we're going to appeal their credibility. Also, we're going to continue to spread awareness of the world's problems by posting on social media, as well as creating organizing discussions
to have more people take action with us to make a difference.
Japan is a precious country which is worth changing for the better society. So let's take our first steps together with us, Yasashimpo, for our future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
ありがとうございます。やさしんぽの皆さんでした。それでは早速審査員の皆様から質問を受けたいと思います。はい、住谷先生お願いいたします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. Very impressive, very nice presentation. And yeah, you should be the advisor to the government. You talk about big policies, so very impressive. So my question is that, yeah, you develop application, right? And why should people use your application? What is the incentive for them to use the application?
I'm sorry, which application are you talking about?
You mentioned the app to build the awareness. Yeah, this is, yeah.
Oh.
I know, maybe am I wrong?
I'm sorry. Is it the system?
No, smartphone application.
Or is it about our SNS platform?
You show the smartphone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this one.
Sorry, is your question, why should people
Look
see
at this.
our...
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason, well, what we're trying to do is to spread awareness of the world's problems. And in our platform, we share many different kinds of ways we can contribute to, well, solving these kind of big world problems. So on our platform, we post ways we can take action, really simple things we can do in our daily lives that is good for the environment. Also, we share all these problems that are nearby us. So for example, fast fashion. Yeah, we can, by looking at our platform and seeing all the information that we have about fast fashion, we hope people will change their minds and, well, try to think before buying all those cheap clothes so that they won't.
You share what you're doing, and also you share what you want them to do.
Yes, exactly. That is what we're doing.
Great. Thank you. Yeah.
Any more questions? How about 工藤先生いかがでしょうか?
Thank you for your presentation. As you know, the tax system is very, very complex, and it is always maybe hard for even for experts to, find a solution, right? So when you proposed, you had two proposals in your presentation.
Yes.
How did you come up with those two proposals? Did you have any hurdles, or did you have difficulties while coming up with your proposals?
Well, there are many reasons why we came up with these, but it just started with a realization that environmental problems and the economy was connected, and so we thought by creating a solution to solve the economic problem that we're facing right now, we can also simultaneously solve environmental problems as well. That's why, well, it started from the realization, and then, well, this CMA kind of created an opportunity for us to kind of build it to make it more realistic.
Yeah, it started with our realization that a lot of the people in our society have no space to think about social issues, including us. So we wanted to raise awareness and maybe spread information, maybe just simple and easy information that we can take and even spread it to our family members and our friends.
Thank you very much. Good teamwork.
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。お時間となりました。やさしんぽの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。はい、ありがとうございます。 ではここで5組のプレゼンテーションが終わったところですが、これ一度会場の換気のために10分間の休憩を入れたいと思います。その後に、チーム部門6組目の方からプレゼンテーションを再開いたします。10分間の休憩、再開が14時34分、再開が午後2時34分からとなっております。それでは、再開まで今しばらくお待ちください。
グローバルリンクはグローバルな知の交流を通じて明日の未来を作る生徒にとって唯一無二の感動と成長のフィールドを創造することを理念に3種類の大会をシンガポール、クイーンズランド、オンラインで開催してきました。まずはグローバルリンクシンガポールについて紹介します。グローバルリンクシンガポールは2014年に始まった科学分野、社会課題分野に関する課題研究発表コンテストとなっています。発表形式は3タイプに分かれています。ポスターセッションでは作成したポスターを前に参加者に対して説明やディスカッションを行います。発表者と参加者の距離感が最も近く、あちこちで熱い議論が交わされます。ブースオーラルセッションは各チームこのような部屋でパワーポイントを使いながら発表する形式です。オーディエンスも腰を据えて聞く形のため、発表後の質疑応答では内容について深いディスカッションとなります。そしてオーラルセッションでは全参加者と審査員を前にプレゼンテーションを行います。大舞台での発表や審査員と英語での質疑応答など緊張感も大きいですが、達成感も味わえる場となります。グローバルリンクシンガポールでは3日間の日程を通し、コンテストの発表以外にも交流や学びの場をご用意しています。各国の参加者と交流ができるネットワーキングディナーや有識者からの特別講演、会場となる南洋工科大学のキャンパスツアー、現地大学生によるオリエンテーションや先端企業や研究施設の見学など多くの学びの場があります。
模型を作ったり、回転数を計測したりするその実験はもちろん大変だったんですけども、自分のやってることを信じて続けていくこと、それが一番難しかったと思います。
続いてはオーストラリア・クイーンズランド州で開催されるグローバルリンククイーンズランドのご紹介です。2019年から開催されており、特に SDGs の14番、15番にフォーカスし、発表課題テーマも環境問題に特化しています。コンテストはモートン島の開放感あふれるメイン会場で行われ、 全員が会する中で各チーム、環境保護、環境問題について考えたアイデアや意見、提言を行います。グローバルリンククイーンズランドは4日間のプログラムとなっており、環境について触れられる機会を多く用意しています。動物との共生について学べる野生のイルカへの餌付け体験や、モートン島における取り組みなどをフィールドワークや専門家の話から学ぶプログラムでは、他のチームのメンバーと一緒に島内を巡ります。また、同じ環境というテーマに興味を持っている各国からの参加者と交流できるフェアウェルディナーや、各チームの健闘をたたえるアワードセレモニーもあります。最終日には動物保護などを担っているカランビンワイルドライフサンクチュアリでの SDGs 特別プログラムを通し、動物たちと触れ合いながら実際の現場を体感できます。
We had fun because we met new people from different countries that we didn't know before. I learned and I can make our earth more beautiful.
コロナ禍でも学びの機会を止めないということで、2021年からはオンラインでの開催に踏み切りました。グローバルリンクオンラインは科学分野、社会科学分野に関してパワーポイントを使いながらの発表となります。参加者は各分野の中でブレイクアウトルームに分かれ、発表や審査員との質疑応答を行います。2021年は完全オンラインで実施され、参加者はそれぞれの自宅や学校から発表を行いました。グローバルリンクオンラインでは、これまでのコンテストの交流や学びの場の要素はそのまま体感できる2日間となっています。海外大学で教える教授からの基調講演や、画面越しでも打ち解けられるようなアイスブレイクセッション、同じ動画を見た生徒同士、グループごとに意見交換をし、バックグラウンドが違う参加者との交流を深めるネットワーキングセッションなどを行いました。2日間の最後、アワードセレモニーではチャットを活用し、表彰の有無に限らずお互いの健闘をたたえ合う場となっています。
グローバルリンクオンラインでは、研究の仕方や本大会内での海外の人たちからの講演、またアイスブレイキングで海外の人たちの学生さんとの交流というのは、新しい知識や価値観に触れることができてとても良かったと思います。グローバルリンクオンラインでは、他のコンテストとは違い、ただコンテストを開催するだけではなく、研究を海外の人たちと一緒にしていく上で必要なコミュニケーション能力や研究の作法というものを最前線で働いている有識者の方々から直に授業を受けられることがとてもいい点だと思います。
Definitely have changed a lot because I feel like I have been more confident in myself after participating in this competition, and I feel like I made new friends too in this competition, and I knew what the meaning of teamwork is, so I feel very happy to join this competition.
Like I said, curiosity. So the students actually become more aware of the things and the world and society that they live in, and that things that happen around them.
れではそろそろお時間となりましたので、お席にお戻りください。ゆっくりで大丈夫ですよ。すみません。はい。さあ、それではチーム部門のプレゼンテーション再開してまいります。続いてのプレゼンターは品川女子学院中等部高等部ジャスミンピーチエデュケーションの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Times are changing. The smartphones have changed like this over time, and cars have changed like this. From our generation, educational guidelines have changed too. However, school classes haven't changed even though time has passed. So, what do you think about this?
Hello, we are Momo
and Nako.
Today, we are going to talk about our story. We hope you enjoy our presentation.
Last summer, we studied in Australia. In the class in Australia, the foreign words always came flying out from students and teachers. Miss, why is it like that? I don't think so. They always have their opinions, and there were many opportunities to communicate with teachers and other students.
What about in Japan? In class, many students don't express their opinions. From this data, we can say the percentage of Japanese students who actively speak up in the class is low. Also, a survey from our school shows that there is a lack of communication between students and teachers.
And we researched the history of education in Japan. In the past, the purpose of school classes was to educate children, to make Japan a stronger country. Japan wanted to create a large number of people who could do exactly what they were told to do. Therefore, in Japan, it was considered a good thing to make students sit quietly in the class, raise their hands before speaking, listen carefully to the teachers, and get good scores on the test.
However, from the interview we undertook, we learned that Japanese society is now looking for people who have independence and communication skills. So what is important in modern classes is to make a communicative space where each student can think and any reasonable opinions can be accepted. So we thought it's a problem that we don't have much communication in class among students and also between students and teachers.
Why is such a situation happening? We thought it's because there's an environment where it is difficult for students to express their opinions in class. From this data, we can see that only few students can say their opinions in class. And most Japanese students answer that they feel uncomfortable expressing opinions in class. From these surveys, we can say there is a relationship between a mode of communication in class and class environment. So we could verify our hypothesis.
So we set our vision. Create a class environment where students can think and easily express their opinions on their own initiative. To achieve this, we started an organization called JPE. JPE means JasminePeach Education. It's from the English name given in Australia. I'm Peach.
And I'm Jasmine.
We have been working on various activities, so we would like to introduce some of them.
Firstly, we organized several sessions for students and teachers to have an honest discussion about the classes at our school, like this. In their reflection, teachers said it was good opportunities to know what kind of classes students want. And students said it was good to know what the teachers are thinking when they teach in class. After that, teachers used what they could learn from the session to their classes. We did a survey of students who took those classes
then it tuned out the communication among students, then also between students and teachers increased. And the level of student satisfaction increased as well. So we should continue to do these kinds of activities.
The second action was to devise a communication tool and create a prototype app. This app allows anyone to easily express their opinions. Japanese people tend to hesitate to express their opinions, but this app is anonymous, so it can lower the hurdle to do that, even for Japanese people. If teachers pick up their opinions, students will feel confident because their opinions were recognized in class. So we could expect more students will be able to express their opinions in person because of this experience. We tested the prototype app with lecture on Zoom. Students said they could be more proactive compared to regular classes. So, as our next step, we asked all the teachers at our school to implement this in their face-to-face classes like this. As our survey shows, we could succeed in making an environment where students can easily express their opinions. So by doing this, the amount of communication in class increased.
However, we got some comments like, the conversation gets too much sometimes, and we get sidetracked from class. And I don't want to read my comments all the time. So we need to improve the function of the app to solve this problem. Also, we made a presentation about our activities to the Ministry of Education. We received the feedback to develop our tool into an application. Based on these comments, we will continue to improve and develop the app for practical use.
To achieve our vision, we need to spread our activities. So we have been planning to launch a new project in collaboration with a non-profit organization called Teach for Japan. And also we are now continuously participating in sessions to inform Japanese students of our activities. So now on, we will create such a network all over Japan.
We hope we can strongly influence the students who will be the future of Japan. This is an important starting point for improving Japanese society as a whole. So JPE will continue to work to achieve our vision, creating a class environment where students can think and easily express their opinions on their own initiative. Thank you.
JasminePeach Education の皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を受けたいと思います。Do any of you have questions? How about Taoka Sensei, please?
Thank you. I'm actually an educator, and I see this dynamic in my class all the time. So I see some students who are very hesitant to talk, and then I see like the same 5 students who always want to talk. So I really like this idea of encouraging more students to be more comfortable talking. What age do you think you would like to start some of your activities and the use of the chat feature?
Can you say that again?
Yeah,
Sorry.
what grade or what age in school do you think it would be helpful to, are you imagining that people would use your activities?
I think like it's primary school. Yeah, I think. Because in high school, like most of students don't express their opinions. Yeah, so I think the primary school is the best time.
I have a follow-up too. I think sometimes people are still focused on the test, right? Because that's the grade.
Yeah.
Do you have any opinions or recommendations on how we might change testing to encourage more expressing of opinions?
Like from our generation, the educational guidelines have changed. So the actually our exam changed too, but I think in class, we don't have time to like think ourselves like to question, and also we don't have time to share our idea. So I think most of students are suffering from writing like in exam because we don't have time to like practice it.
Thank you.
工藤先生 please.
I'm an educator too, so I learned a lot from your presentation. Thank you. And when you approach this topic, I mean, expressing your own idea, there are two stages. The first one is thinking part, creating an idea or having your own idea or opinion. And the second stage is expressing your idea. Which part or which process did you focus more? Both.
I think it's the expressing part, because I think it's really little, but we have time to think by ourselves, but it's still really short time. But I think Japanese people can't express their opinions. It's really hard for them. I felt like in Australia. So I think the both are really important, but I think the expressing part is more like important.
Thank you.
お時間となりました。ジャスミンピーチエデュケーションの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。さて、ここで審査員の先生方に再び伺いたいと思いますけれども、コチュ先生チーム部門いかがでしょうか。ここまで。
そうですね、非常に個人と違って、チームですので、すごく演技っていうんですか、プレゼンテーションの、
そうですよね。
もっと面白くプレゼンできるっていうのはありまして、あと結構、個人部門は、傾向として環境問題に注目している方が多くて、で今回は結構さまざまな社会課題を、解決するような取り組みが多いかなとは、バラエティが結構多いかなとは思います。
そうですよね。こちらも聞いていてすごく勉強になるなというところがあります。ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
さて、準備が整ったようでございますので、続いてのプレゼンターをご紹介させていただきます。続いては山脇学園中学校高等学校ユニコーンズの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Hello everyone, I'm Sarah.
I'm Raika.
From Yamaki Gakuen High School. We are Team Unicorns. Animal killing, also known as slaughtering, means to control the population of different animals by killing them. I know it's quite sudden to ask, but who has heard the word animal killing before? Can you raise your hand? Oh, there's somebody who heard this word before. Okay, thank you so much. Next, please continue raising your hand who knows deeply of this problem. Oh, nobody knows. Okay, thank you for your help. As you can see, there's some people who heard this word before, but not that much people who knows deeply about this problem.
Japanese people are not so seriously concerned about this issue because it isn't highly publicized in Japan. So we would like to take this opportunity to teach everyone about how serious this issue is. We think that if this situation continues, it will only compound and the next generations will not be aware about this issue. So let people around us notice how serious this issue is might sound like a small thing, but we think that the small things add up to make a big difference. Oh, this song is so adorable. I want one.
Sometimes I hear someone say this when I walk by the pet shop on the street, but are they noticing that it isn't easy to have a pet for several years? Actually, I was the one who were talking about this to my mom, looking to the adorable pet front of the pet shop. But my mom told me that having a pet for several years is not easy because they're not same as your soft toy. They have one life. That time, I changed my mind to help animal. right now, I'm working with the NPO Corporation for sheltering dogs and cats. And my partner, Rika, has a pet dog. We both love animals and are working from the different positions. Our future goal is to stop animal killing in Japan in the future, and also make zero killing every year in Tokyo until 2030. Please look at this graph. This graph shows the number of animal killing in Japan from 1974 to 2022. The policy has been revised year by year and become less and less. And Tokyo achieved zero killing in 2018. Do you think it's impossible to achieve zero killing in Japan? Let us look at the policy of different countries. Germany is the one country that achieved zero killing. Since 1810, they has had dog tax and eliminated slaughter of pets. Monitoring the number that one person can have is a really important thing to do. It could stop people having a large number of animals and can help decrease the number of abandoned pets. They also abolished pet shop, and instead of that, they have more than 500 of animal shelter called Tierheim in their country. By doing this in Japan too, we think that it isn't impossible to achieve zero killing in Japan.
We interviewed an animal welfare company called Papa's Paradis. The staff who we interviewed told us that it isn't enough for people to stop animal culling. There are still many stray dogs which are continuing to breed, but many rural people do not think much about this. Some people think that having a pet outdoors and strayed animals are normal. However, there are some people who are taking action against this issue in rural areas. So let people it's hard to fundamentally change the thoughts of people who aren't aware, so the government should support and take action for the people who are trying to fix this issue. Many students in our school are hoping to cooperate with corporations. Although the number of corporations that young people are able to join are limited, and most of them requires that you pay registration fees.
To change the world where human and animal can equally coexist, we're planning to make the NPO Corporation Hawali. Hawali means happiness in Hawaiian, and we're wishing that all animals will become happy in the future, so we decided to use this name. In Hawali, young people can join for free and doesn't have to pay any restrictions. This is our schedule. We will first find the student who wants to volunteer with us until March. It takes more than 3 months to set up this cooperation, so we will start funding this cooperation from April to July. After that, we will start the project and work towards zero killing in Tokyo until March 2030. We will also use social networking services to reach out with teenagers using hashtag #HawaliForAnimals. And also, we will cooperate with NGO corporations all over the world.
We investigated how many students knew about slaughtering before and after they read the essay that we wrote. Please look at this graph. As you can see, the amount of students who don't know much about slaughtering are more than half. The next graph shows the recognition after students read the essay that we wrote. The essay is about the best way for dealing with the issue. From this, we can see that more than 80% of students had deepened their knowledge about slaughtering. As you can see from these results, people are able to deepen their knowledge simply by talking with others.
People cannot learn how serious this issue is unless Japanese media highly publicize this issue. We think that Japanese people have an ability to work hard for others. So if there's an opportunity to learn how serious this issue is, we think Japanese people are able to work hard for animals. We want to create the world where many people know about this issue, and each people takes measure to prevent it. This is the change that we want to make. Thank you for listening.
ユニコーンズの皆さんでした。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
さあ、それでは審査員の皆様から質問を受け付けたいと思います。Judges, do any of you have any questions? Okay. 田岡先生, please.
Hello, thank you so much. I can see how passionate both of you are about animals. My question is, once you've educated the consumers and the people about animal culling, what kind of action do you want them to take once they're educated?
Thank you for your question. And I want them to not have pets for like an Instagram or for fashions. And I don't want people to buy pets from pet shop. And they have lots of NPO cooperations and lots of animal welfare shelters in Japan too. So I want people to bring pets from there. Yeah, not the pet shop.
Thank you.
はい、では、コチュ親先生、お願いします。
Thank you. There are several organizations already who are, having this as a mission. How are you going to differentiate yourselves? I mean, it's not a competition, so I mean, you can coexist. But how are you going to be different?
Thank you for your question. We searched lots of NPO cooperation in Japan, but there was not that much cooperation or cooperating with other countries' NGO cooperations. So I think that's the problem why Japanese animal killing is not getting zero. So we will cooperate with other countries like Tierheim in Germany and get some skills in Japan. And yeah, we want to do it in Japan. Thank you.
お時間となりました。どうもありがとうございました。ユニコーンズの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。それでは審査員の皆様にコメントを伺ってまいりたいと思います。及川様、ここまでご覧になっていかがでしょうか、印象は。
はい、やっぱりチームプレゼンテーションということで、多分それぞれの思いとか着想は違うんですけど、その自分たちの設定した問題とか課題に対してチームで取り組んでいる姿っていうのが非常に印象的でした。あとそうですね、やっぱりその大きな問題とか出来事も自分ごとにして皆さんそのオリジナルの打ち手みたいなものを発表されているので、非常にユニークな発表だなと思って、またこれからも楽しみです。
そうですよね。ありがとうございます。やはりまだまだコロナ完全収束ではない中でチームで集まって考えたり練習したりするのも大変な中だったかなというふうに思っております。ありがとうございます。さあ、続いての準備整ったようですので、プレゼンターご紹介してまいります。次のプレゼンターは、三田国際学園中学校高等学校アイリスの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお願いいたします。
Cambodia had a significant economic growth of 7.5%. It had a best performance in ASEAN. However, it should be pointed out that this is because of the intensive support devoted to urban areas by the government. These are the multidimensional poverty rates in Cambodia. As you can see, the wealth gap between them is huge. One of the reasons is because it is definitely more efficient for government to concentrate reforms in urban areas rather than rural areas to solve poverty as soon as possible.
Then, how can we improve the situation in rural areas? Since the government can't afford either enough time or money for rural areas, what is needed is the devoted support by self-motivated people and having a sense of ownership. At the same time,
the way of sport is important as well. In general, we tend to make donations to those developing countries, but what is needed to fundamentally solve poverty is to support self-reliance by teaching knowledge or skills. We realized that such sustainable sport requires human resources who can take action on their own to address problems. We define those people as core sporters, and expanding the amount of them sustainably is the purpose of our project.
We conducted a survey of 560 students, and here's the result. This tells us lots of students are interested in social problems but do not take actions. So now, what can we do about this? Our suggestion is ownership cycle. We will describe each of the 5 elements in order.
In the first place, why do we actually start focusing on Cambodia, which is an annoying part for us? Through our friend, we met Mr. Kade, who is building schools in Cambodia, and we were impressed by the fact that Japanese people are contributing in Cambodia. Since then, we got into this ownership cycle and started thinking about how we could help other students get into this cycle as well.
The survey which we mentioned indicates that students have already accomplished the annoying part of the cycle. So the next step is passive action. At this stage, students still don't have to take action on their own initiative. We provide opportunities for them to dedicate their own time. To make this possible, we try to define what kind of elements would create a sense of ownership for the students. We hypothesized 5 conditions of the passive action to grow a sense of ownership in students' minds. 1, it has to last at least a month.
2, it has to be worked by students as a member of a team.
And 3, it has to include the activity, not just being on the defensive side.
4, the purpose of the project to contribute to society has to be clarified to students.
And 5, students have to feel a sense of accomplishment that they actually contributed for the people in society. According to these 5 conditions, we provided a workshop event which was all managed by students, and this is intervention 1. At the event, students informed participants about the poverty in Cambodia and then taught them how to make class using Cambodian Latin.
As an outcome of this project, we are proud to say that this amount of money raised represents the interest of the participants. We contributed to build a local school in rural Cambodia where Mr. Kade is. Also, according to a survey of 35 students, 76% of them had no interest in Cambodia or poverty issues before the project started. But by the end, all of them felt these as their concern. In addition, 90% of them answered that they would like to be involved in international assistance in the future.
We got such successful result, but we will continue researching with a lot of practical experiments until it can be proven effective in many different contexts. Now, we have achieved up to the point of building the student sense of ownership. So the next step is active action. Active action is the spontaneous action taken by core sporters.
Intervention 2, we gave a hygiene lesson at school in Cambodia with the members from Intervention 1. I actually went to Cambodia, and other members participated online and conducted a lecture on hand washing.
We created these posters and lecture video within an ABC song to enable them to continue to wash their hands independently and correctly in the future. We posted on SNS about this activity and results. It will influence new people enter your cycle. Going through this whole process, we completed the ownership cycle. Yay! To promote larger sustainable support, we need to spread this cycle around the world. But we cannot go to all places and offer opportunities directly to get in the cycle.
Our ideal is that these opportunities are offered by someone in various places all over the world. So how can we make this possible? We founded a student organization named Beside. The 21 students who have a sense of ownership in international issues and agree with our ideas transmitted on SNS became official members through the interview process. They are not only from Tokyo, but also from Fukui, Osaka, the US, China, and other countries around the world. We believe that by sharing this cycle with them and holding the events, using the cycle where they live, the cycle could be operated over the world. Currently, for example, we're planning international discussion events that connect students in Japan and abroad via Zoom.
It is also important to raise awareness of this cycle to a wider audience. This seamless, valuable venue definitely helps to spread the cycle to more educational settings. In addition, we've gotten a chance to attend an academic conference in April. We believe this also makes a great contribution to spread the cycle.
We are convinced that this cycle will develop cross-supporters sustainably and make great strides in international assistance. Thank you for listening.
アイリスの皆さん、どうもありがとうございました。それではジャッジの皆さんからご質問を伺いたいと思います。Do any of you have questions? Who have questions? じゃあ、住谷先生、お願いいたします。
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think, yeah, the sense of ownership is very important factor in changing change maker. Yeah, and yeah, you went to Cambodia, right? And you had also workshop in your school. Is that right? So, how is different to go there and to have workshop in Japan? Is that very much different? How do you think the difference?
So the purpose of the action is different, and so the first one, the workshop event, the main purpose is not contributing to Cambodia, is building a sense of ownership of students. And the second action, which I went to Cambodia, the purpose of this is to contribute to Cambodia, and we believe that and we gave a hygiene lesson at school in Cambodia with the members from Intervention 1 who get a sense of ownership through the passive action. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. And also, you mentioned beside activity. That's a great activity. And what do the participants in beside do?
So we did a lot of events or something. And first of all, we did online discussion events, online discussion events with people in Tanzania and Japan. And also, we did a Cambodia event, same thing as we mentioned in presentation, with members the members of Beside. Yes, so this kind of thing.
Thank you very much. Great.
Thank you so much for asking.
工藤先生、お願いいたします。
Okay, thank you for your presentation. You showed us the 5 stages in the cycle, right? And I think passive action part is very, very important because it's usually hard to get people interested in something, right? And you planned and conducted a workshop, right? And what did the participants gain from that workshop?
So the participants gained the information about the Cambodia poverty issues. Students teach about the poverty issues in Cambodia, and they did a workshop events, which is making craft things. And with those activities and knowledge, they learn a lot of things about Cambodia. Yes, but as I mentioned, the main important of passive action is the students' side. Yes, who is organization about who is yes.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
お時間となりました。アイリスの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。 あ、それでは次の皆様をお迎えするまでに少しコメントを伺いたいと思います。田岡先生、so far いかがでしょうか、どうでしょうか、インプレッションは。
はい、このチームのはすごい面白いですね。チームだったらやっぱりプレゼンテーションのスタイルも違うですね。だから3人として、まあ、4人でもだからいろんなものをスキッとするとかアクティングやってるとか、そういうすごいスタイルが違うです。すごいいいです。
そうですね。そこもプレゼンテーションの一つの要素になっていますよね。ドラマがあったり、こういろいろなね形があって、私たちも見る方も引き込まれていくようなそんなプレゼンテーション見させていただいております。さあ、準備が整ったようでございます。残り2組となりました。続いてのプレゼンターへと参りたいと思います。続いては神戸女学院中学部高等学部プリティパワフルピンクの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Hello, we are Pretty Powerful Pink. Before we begin, we would like to ask you a question. Are you interested in politics? Thank you. Even though politics isn't something that we can touch with our hands, it is something that can affect all of us and even though politics isn't something that we can touch with our hands, it is something that can change the path of entire countries and even the world. We, younger people, will soon play an important role in politics. It is young people who will eventually become the future government leaders and will be responsible for solving the problems of Japan and the world. However, despite the fact that the right to vote was lowered from 20 to 18 in 2016, youth voter turnout is low. We wanted to find out why. We chose to investigate our fellow classmates because soon they will also have the right to vote.
We carried out a survey at our school regarding our classmates' interest in politics. In one question we asked, "Do you want to vote?" And about 90% of them answered,
I want to vote only to exercise my right to vote.
We also asked, "Do you think government social policies are effective?" And about 86% of them answered,
No, we don't think so.
We asked students about their interest in politics, and they said they were not interested in politics because they did not see the influence of government policies in their daily lives. We hypothesized that young people have no interest because they feel that even if they express their opinions, they will not be listened to. Therefore, we thought that we could gain their interest if we gave them more opportunities to learn about politics, and if we created a way for their opinions to be heard.
First, we formed our project, Cup of Politics. The goal of our project is to get young people interested in participating in politics. To reach our goal, we started by creating quizzes and informational posters. Many students commented that they had fun taking the quizzes and learning about politics. However, it wasn't possible for us to measure if political interest really had increased in our classmates. We realized that we can't change people's mind in a short period of time. However, we did not want to admit defeat. We looked back on past activities and made a new goal for this project. That is to familiarize young people with politics. We conducted 2 more activities. First, we asked participants to make a mind map showing what kind of image they have of politics. After that, we discussed what kind of political problems they are interested in and how to make other people interested in them. Then, we used Instagram, which is often used by young people, to not only carry out quizzes and convey information, but also to ask our classmates what they are concerned about.
Therefore, colorful politics is an easy way to achieve goals to familiarize young people with politics. After our discussion, several of our classmates commented that they were interested in holding mock parliament sessions to experience government for themselves. In addition to holding events such as these, colorful politics also wants to join other political action groups to help convey accurate information about specific social issues. We also had an interview with politician Kensuke Harada, who does youth outreach to connect young people to politics. He believes the key to reaching young people is through the internet, because many young people use the internet now. He listed 3 steps to get young people interested in politics. First, we should have things like mandatory seminars for people to attend. This may be the chance for them to realize how important politics are. Second, they should listen to many different opinions about politics from their friends. And then third, realize that expressing their own opinion is meaningful.
For example, high school students can have discussions with their classmates and then explain their ideas to politicians. Students don't have much political power, but there are things only they are aware of. Then, once politicians are aware of things that need to be changed, they can explain to high school students what is possible, and the cycle can begin again.
Politics is not something that just happens to other people. It is something that affects all of us. From now on, it will be us young people who will be in charge of politics.
The world will change when more and more people participate in politics and dialogue spreads. We are only 4 people. We cannot solve international problems alone. We need the help of everyone here.
By working together and spreading dialogue, we can tackle these issues.
Let's build a bridge connecting young people and politics together.
Thank you for listening.
プリティパワフルピンクの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様に質問を伺いたいと思います。工藤先生、お願いいたします。
Okay, thank you for your good presentation. You named your project Colorful Politics. I like that name.
Yes.
But why did you name your project Colorful? And what message do you have in that name?
Thank you for listening. Thank you for asking a question. We said last, let's build a bridge between connecting young people and politics. We want to spread dialogue and connecting young people and politics together, like a rainbow. And rainbow is colorful. Rainbow is colorful, and we are very powerful person each other, and we have own personality and own colors. So colorful, we are colorful person, and rainbow like build a bridge like rainbow. So we named our project Colorful Politics. Thank you.
In addition, we have many opinions. We have many different opinions, so we conflict many times. But more and more we discussed every time. We have many new opinion, and like that we want to discuss everyone here and want to solve these problems, social problems. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any more questions? How about? 住谷先生 please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to ask each of you, what kind of political issues are you interested personally?
We are interested in social programs such as declining birth rate and aging population or global warming, something like that. And when we asked students at our school, they said that they have the same opinions, so that's why we learned about politics, because everyone feels that social problems have to be solved.
Thank you very much.
In addition, today many other groups talked about education gap or LGBTQ. We believe that politics can solve these issues if everyone becomes interested in politics. And then it's not our generation's problem. It's continue to next generations, and we have to solve these issues. So we want to spread dialogue. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I'd like to see more young generation involved in politics. So great effort. Thank you.
Thank you. お時間となりました。プリティパワフルピンクの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。どうもありがとうございました。今日の他のプレゼンテーションまで用いてご質問に答えてくださいましたけれども、いよいよチーム部門も残すところあと一組となりました。住谷先生、すいません、審査中に残すところあと一組となりましたけれども、いかがでしょうか、ここまでのところで。
いや素晴らしいですよね。
素晴らしいですね。
プレゼンも素晴らしいけど、実践も本当に幅広くて、ワークショップやったりアプリ作ったりね、いろんな活動を実践されてて、本当実践のところが素晴らしいなと感心して聞いております。
またオンラインでのエデュケーションが進んだっていうところも少し英語教育に関しては何か影響とかあったんでしょうか。
それは間違いなく若い人ほどね、YouTube とかネットで英語を聞いてることが多いから、やっぱりどんどん上手になってますよね。若い人ほど、僕らは下手くそですけど、本当若い人ほどやっぱりインプットがよくできてるなって思いますね。
今のどんどん新しいワードも出てきますから、そこに時代に合った、
あとは IT もね使ってとか、やっぱり昔はできなかったことが今の高校生ができるっていうのはすごいなと、思います。
本当に素晴らしいなと思います。さあ、準備が整ったようでございます。いよいよチーム部門最後のプレゼンターとなります。プレゼンターは秋田大学教育文化学部附属中学校ハッピーセットの皆さんです。どうぞステージへお越しください。
Hello, we are Happy Set. We have to do something. When we saw the news about Russia and Ukraine, we just thought we'd have to support people who were suffering from the invasion. Since we are students in Akita University Junior High School, we thought we could support Ukrainians who were got accepted to study at the university. So we emailed one of them. However, we found it was more difficult to support people who were suffering from the invasion than we thought.
Then, how about supporting Ukrainians in Akita University and international students as well? People who came to Akita from other countries might have some worries. We want to solve them. This is the start of Happy Set.
Why don't we ask international students? We made a questionnaire and asked them to answer it. We asked these questions, such as the troubles they had in Akita. 26 students replied to us. 54% of them answered yes. The highest answer was language barriers because they don't have much knowledge of Japanese. The other popular answer were banks and money and traffic. We asked one more question. The things they wanted first were, for example, friends and bikes. So we thought we could support these three things. Finally, we made these three ideas.
In November, we had a Zoom meeting with Ms. Arakawa, who works at the International Affairs Division in Akita University. She is now connecting international students and us together. She listened to our suggestion and gave us some advice. She told us that it's difficult to manage donated bicycles and home appliances at the university. However, some of the international students need more information about halal food shops and second-hand shops. Also, they need financial support. As a result, we decided to do just two activities.
We named these activities Happy Code and Happy Bank.
What's Happy Code?
This is a how-to and where-to pamphlet. We made 6 kinds of pamphlet and each pamphlet has QR codes to access the details easily. These 5 contents cover information which we noticed the international student wanted for the questionnaire, and these 2 are the contents we were advised by Ms. Arakawa. They are pamphlets we made. Looks very nice, right? Ms. Arakawa posted this pamphlet on the university website. This is Akita University website. Please take a look at our pamphlet. Moreover, she will share Happy Code with other universities in Akita. Here, we got a lot of yes from the international students. When the international students saw our pamphlet, they were happy.
Now I'll tell you what Happy Bank is. Happy Bank is a donation activity to give international students financial support.
I know. This is Food Bank, right?
No. It is different from Food Bank. First, we can give donated things as fast as possible. Although Food Bank is a great donation system, it sometimes takes time to hand things over to people, and we are not sure how many people are supported by our donation. However, Happy Bank, we collect and give international students the things directly, so it doesn't take time. And we can even collect the food which Best Buy is in a week. We think it should increase the numbers of food donations. Also, it will contribute to the waste. When we gave the international students the donated things, they were also happy. Here, we got a lot of comments from the international students.
After these 2 activities, we took 2 more questionnaires. 100% of the international students wanted to keep using this donation. However, they felt better to live in Akita. Do you remember the slide at the beginning? We want to make better Akita for them, and we did it. When we got a lot of their smiles, we were super happy.
After these 2 activities, we reflected our achievement and improvement. First, since the international students were glad to get warm goods, such as blanket and scarf, we thought it's better to collect seasonal products. Second, since we asked donation for only second graders, we will ask another graders too. Then we can get more donation and we can get more donation activities. After all, we can supporting them.
In order to keep supporting international students, we are thinking about this improvement to listen to more international students, to update the pamphlet once a year, and to increase the numbers of the donation activities. This improvement will help us listen to more opinions, give more useful information, and keep supporting international students. Through these activities, we found they came to Akita to many reasons. The main reason was to learn about their images, but some of them came to Akita to stay in a safe environment. They choose our profession and our country. We're proud of it. So we like them to think like I'm happy. I love Akita. I love Japan.
Making better Akita or making better Japan sounds difficult if we work on them alone. However, there are many people around us. Let's cooperate. We can do many things we can't do alone. We are only 40 years old, but we did these things. Through this presentation, we hope we can build a supporting network of happy set. Thank you for listening.
ハッピーセットの皆さんでした。どうもありがとうございました。さあ、それでは審査員の皆様からご質問を頂戴したいと思います。はい、田岡先生、お願いします。
Hello, thank you so much. I think what I love about this is that you're providing not just food or blankets that people need, but people need to feel welcome. And I think this project really makes people feel welcome, which is just as important as food or blankets. So my question is, you have some plans for the future. If this grows and if there are more international students and more international students who want to use Happy Set, how do you plan to be able to support more international students with your project?
Yes, thank you for asking. We think it's more important to keep supporting them. So we collect more donation. Thinks it sounds nice, but we think it's more important to keep support international students. So yes.
Yeah, I wonder whether there might even be some local businesses that would be willing to support either by donating either money or some of their goods. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Gocho Sensei, please.
Thank you. It's a really nice initiative. I was a foreign student myself as well. And I'm also doing a business which is supporting foreigners. So I think like one of the things that you might consider doing is to increase awareness among Japanese people on some certain things that foreigners have a huge difficulty in living in Japan. For instance, many of the hospitals, they don't accept patients if they don't speak Japanese. Number two, many foreign students, they cannot issue credit cards. They can have bank accounts, but they cannot have credit cards. And, you know, like renting a house is, again, a very problematic issue. So I think like supporting foreigners in terms of like blankets or, monetary things is good, but I think it's very important to raise awareness among Japanese people around these weird things that foreigners experience in Japan.
Sorry, the first question is
Sorry, it's not a question, it's just a comment. Thank you.
はい、お時間となりました。どうもありがとうございました。ハッピーセットの皆さんのプレゼンテーションでした。確かに貴重な感想とアドバイスをいただけたと思います。さあ、以上で全てのプレゼンターの発表が終了いたしました。これより審査員による審査を行ってまいります。少々お時間をいただきまして、この後16時14分頃より結果発表を始めさせていただきます。審査のお時間をいただきまして、この後16時14分、午後4時14分再開となります。 今しばらくお待ちください。大変長らくお待たせをいたしました。審査結果が出たようです。それでは第5回チェンジメーカーアワードの入賞者発表に移らせていただきます。今回は全国の中学校・高等学校の中から選ばれました個人部門10校、チーム部門10校の中から金賞1組、銀賞1組、銅賞1組の3部門と、そして株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞、株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞が各1組ずつ選ばれます。それではいよいよ発表に移りたいと思います。まずは銅賞の発表です。銅賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。受賞者には1人当たり20万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銅賞受賞校は広島県立広島叡智学園中学校高等学校黒木玉江さん。チーム部門、そしてチーム部門は頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校やさしんぽの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。どうぞステージまでお上がりください。賞状の授与は一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事の斉藤聡より賞状を授与いたします。
表彰状、銅賞、広島県立広島叡智、学園中学校高等学校、黒木玉江さん。あなたは第5回チェンジメーカーアワードにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2023年2月19日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。続いてチーム部門です。
表彰状、銅賞、頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校やさしんぽ殿以下同文です。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それでは受賞者の皆様にお話を伺います。まずは個人部門の黒木さん、受賞おめでとうございます。どうぞもう少しステージの、中ほど、おめでとうございます。今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
今回はこのような素晴らしい賞をいただき、とてもありがとうございます。私が今まで地域に基づいて行ってきた活動がこのように評価されて表彰されたことがとても嬉しいです。これからも地域に根ざした活動をしっかり行っていって、身近なところからチェンジできるような人になっていきたいなと思います。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。さあ、そしてチーム部門のやさしんぽの皆様、どうぞ中央へお願いいたします。今のお気持ちいかがでしょうか。
今回はこのように受賞することができてとても嬉しく思っています。今まで私たちが探求してきたことが、皆さんにお伝えできて嬉しかったですし、皆さんがそのいろんな社会問題を、探求してきたことを知れて、私たちはまた、すごい刺激を受けました。このような機会をいただけてとても嬉しいです。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。銅賞を受賞されました個人部門の黒木さん、そしてチーム部門のやさしんぽの皆様に今一度温かい拍手をお送りください。おめでとうございました。 それではどうぞお席へお戻りください。さあ、それでは続いて銀賞の発表です。銀賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。そして受賞者には1人当たり30万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。銀賞受賞校は個人部門創価高等学校佐藤龍さん、チーム部門品川女子学院中学部高等部ジャスミンピーチエデュケーションの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。どうぞステージまでお上がりください。そして賞状の授与は一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状の授与となります。
おめでとうございます。表彰状銀賞創価高等学校佐藤龍殿、あなたは第5回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーになることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2023年2月19日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。続いてチーム部門です。
表彰状銀賞品川女子学院中学部高等学校ジャスミンピーチエデュケーション殿以下同文、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それではお話を伺いたいと思います。まずは個人部門の佐藤龍さん、ステージ中央へお願い。もう少し前に。はい、ありがとうございます。今のお気持ちいかがですか？
嬉しいですこのような貴重な機会をいただき本当にありがとうございます。みんなの発表とかも聞いて、自分にすごい自分は刺激をもらったので、これから学校の友達とオンラインのカードゲームを作れるように頑張っていきます。お願いします。
頑張ってください。おめでとうございました。そしてチーム部門のジャスミンピーチエデュケーションの皆さん、少し中央へどうぞお願いいたします。今のお気持ち聞かせてください。
はい、このような素晴らしい賞を今回いただけて本当に嬉しいなと思いまして、この私たちの自分たちが課題を持って取り組んできたことを発表できる場があるってすごいいいことだなって思ったので、この機会を今受けていただいて本当にありがとうございます。そしてすごい個人的になんですけど、すごいメンターの先生にはすごいたくさんお世話になったので本当にお礼が言いたいです。言わせてください。ありがとうございました。本当に
おめでとうございました。銀賞を受賞されました個人部門の佐藤龍さん、そしてチーム部門のジャスミンピーチエデュケーションの皆さんにもう一度盛大な拍手をお送りください。おめでとうございました。どうぞゆっくりで結構です。お席にお戻りください。さあ、続きましてスポンサー賞の発表に移らせていただきます。株式会社ジャパンタイムズ出版様よりザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞のご紹介をいただきます。その後に受賞者を発表していただきます。ジャパンタイムズ編集長の高橋様、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
はい、皆さんどうもお疲れ様でした。我々ジャパンタイムズアルファということでですね、英字新聞を作っております。英字新聞を使って、読者の皆様のですね、英語学習をサポートするということを、70年やってまいりましてですね、で私も英字新聞の編集長という立場から、審査する時の観点としてはですね、皆さんが社会に対してどんな問題意識を持っているのかと、それをですねいかに解決しようとしているのかと そういった社会に対するですね、鋭い視点という基準を持ってですね、審査しようとしたんですけれども、本当にですね、毎年言ってますけれども、皆さん差がないんですよ。本当に皆さん素晴らしい問題意識をお持ちなので、その中でもですね、特に将来性を感じるという探求にですね、今回弊社からですね、ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を授与させていただくことになりました。
それでは受賞者の発表をお願いいたします。
はい、ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞したのは栄東中学高等学校高橋このみさんです。
おめでとうございます。どうぞステージへお越しください。ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞は栄東中学高等学校の高橋このみさんが受賞されました。
はい、では賞状を読み上げます。表彰状、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞、あなたは第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で、当初の優秀な成績を収めたことを表彰いたします。合わせて、ザ・ジャパンタイムズアルファ新聞の1年間無料購読、および所属学校単位で利用できるデジタルビューアーの ID とパスワード1年分をお送りいたします。ジャパンタイムズアルファ編集長高橋俊之、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それではお話を伺いたいと思います。マイクをお持ちいたしますので少々お待ちください。はい、ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞を受賞された高橋このみさん、今のお気持ちいかがでしょうか。
今回はこのような賞をいただき本当に光栄に思っております。私はこの研究を1年かけてやらせていただいたんですけど、本当に楽しいこともあったり大変なこともあったんですけど、このように評価していただけたことを本当に嬉しく思っております。私のこの研究は私だけじゃなくて、支えてくれた両親とか学校の先生、そして周りの友達の力があったからだと思っています。本当にありがとうございました。そして本日集まっていただきました CMA の関係者の皆様方、本当にありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。ジャパンタイムズアルファ賞受賞は栄東中学高等学校の高橋このみさんでした。おめでとうございました。続きましてもう一つのスポンサー賞をご紹介いただきます。株式会社 JTB 様よりグローバルリンク賞のご紹介をいただきます。その後受賞者を発表していただきます。それでは株式会社 JTB 企画開発プロデュースセンターグローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川様にお願いいたします。
発表者の皆様、大変お疲れ様でした。ただいまご紹介に預かりましたグローバルリンク実行委員会の事務局長をしております及川と申します。グローバルリンク賞に贈呈に移る前にですね、ちょっとグローバルリンクって何でしょうかというところを皆さんにご紹介をさせていただきたいと思います。今画面にあります通り、2014年からですね、シンガポールを舞台に今日皆さんが発表いただいたような自分たちの研究成果とか、あとはアイデアですね、これを英語でプレゼンテーションする、そんなイベントになっています。その他にもアジア各国の、同世代との交流ですとか、そういった機会を提供しているものになります。で、私が説明するよりもですね、実際にちょっと1分半ほど動画をダイジェストにまとめておりますので、その現地の様子をご覧いただければと思います。 はい、ご覧いただいたようにですね、2019年の後はちょっとオンラインの切り替えになってたんですけども、この来たる2023年はシンガポールで開催予定をしております。で、日程については7月の最終週ですね、現地シンガポールで開催になります。で、このグローバルリンク賞を受賞されたチームは、このグローバルリンクシンガポール、こちらの代表出場権ということで賞を贈呈させていただきます。
それでは受賞者の発表を行っていただきます。
はい、それでは発表いたします。グローバルリンク賞を受賞のチームは大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎チームエドチェンジの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。エドチェンジの皆さん、どうぞステージへお上がりください。グローバルリンク賞を受賞されたのは大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎のエドチェンジの皆様です。それでは及川様より賞状の授与でお願いいたします。
表彰状、グローバルリンク賞大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎エドチェンジ殿、あなたは第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズにおいてその深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。よってここにグローバルリンク賞を贈り表彰いたします。グローバルリンクシンガポールでの、さらなるご活躍を期待しております。株式会社 JTB グローバルリンク実行委員会日本事務局長及川秀明、おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それではお話を伺いたいと思います。エドチェンジの皆さん、今のお気持ちはいかがでしょうか。
このような賞をいただき本当にありがとうございます。探究活動を進める上でいろいろたくさん困難があったり、それでも協力してくれる先生方や保護者の方がいてこういうふうな賞につながることができたと思います。本当にありがとうございました。
よろしいですか。はい、おめでとうございました。はい、じゃあマイクはスタッフに、はい、お戻しください。ありがとうございます。グローバルリンク賞を受賞されましたのは大阪教育大学附属高等学校池田校舎エドチェンジの皆さんでした。どうもおめでとうございました。さあ、それではいよいよ残すところあと一つ、金賞の発表です。金賞は個人部門からお一人、チーム部門から1チームが選ばれます。そして受賞者には1人当たり50万円分の学習支援金が支給されます。それでは発表いたします。金賞受賞校は個人部門筑陽学園高等学校春山夏菜絵さん、チーム部門頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校ゴースト&バードの皆さんです。おめでとうございます。どうぞステージへお越しください。賞状の授与は一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡より賞状を授与いたします。
表彰状、金賞、筑陽学園高等学校春山夏菜絵殿、 あなたは第5回チェンジメーカーアウォーズにおいて、その深い探求心と英語表現力で当初の優秀な成績を収めました。この活躍はあなたが世界を変えていくチェンジメーカーとなることを確信させるものであります。輝かしい栄誉と未来をたたえ、ここに表彰いたします。2023年2月19日、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会代表理事斉藤聡。
おめでとうございます。続いてチーム部門です。
表彰状、金賞、頌栄女子学院中学校高等学校ゴースト&バードとの以下同文です。おめでとうございます。
おめでとうございます。それでは金賞受賞者の皆様へお話を伺いたいと思います。まずは個人部門の春山夏菜絵さんです。今のお気持ちを聞かせてください。
すごくまさかこんな賞がもらえると思ってなくて、昨日福岡から来たんですけど、ホテルで怖くて泣いててこんな賞をもらえてすごく嬉しいので、これからもこのアプリケーションの開発にさらなる努力と経験を積み重ねていこうと思います。ありがとうございます。
頑張ってください。おめでとうございました。続いてチーム部門受賞されましたゴースト&バードの皆さんです。どうぞステージ中央でお話を聞かせていただきたいと思います。金賞受賞おめでとうございます。
ありがとうございます。もう本当感謝しかなくて、もうもう嬉しいしか言葉が出ないんですけど、本当この絵本を書いて本当に世界を変えようって思ってたんで、本当にこういうの受賞できて本当ありがとうございます。言葉にできないぐらい嬉しくて本当にありがとうございました。チームでできて本当に嬉しいです。ありがとうございました。
おめでとうございました。金賞を受賞された個人部門の春山夏菜絵さん、そしてチーム部門のゴースト&バードの皆様にもう一度温かい拍手をお送りください。おめでとうございます。写真撮影とか大丈夫ですか？ちょっと中央に寄っていただきますか？どうぞ。春山さんも真ん中に。はい。おめでとうございました。どうぞお席へお戻りください。そしてですね、今回は、残念ながら受賞されなかった皆様にもどうぞ皆様へ温かい拍手をお送りください。皆さん、おめでとうございます。それでは閉会に際しまして審査委員長を務められましたラーンネットグローバルスクール代表、神戸情報大学院大学学長の住谷俊樹先生より、今年の第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズの公表をお願いしたいと存じます。それでは住谷先生、どうぞよろしくお願いいたします。
聞こえますか？はい、まず参加された皆さん本当にお疲れ様でした。それから、保護者応援いただいた保護者の皆さん、先生方も本当にありがとうございました。なんかもう感動で私もうるうるしておりますけれども、そうですね、本当に素晴らしかったと思います。大きく2点あるんですけども、一つは探究の実践ですよね。取り組みたい社会課題を発見し、でそれについていろいろリサーチし、からどうやって解決するかを考え、でそれを実際に実行していろんな活動をされている、それで、人と関わって実現していって、それが今後のプランも立てる、そういったその探究の一連の活動、これのレベルが本当に高くて本当素晴らしいなと、高校生でもここまでできるんだなと、大学生大人も顔負けのレベルで本当に見事に実践されてて、まずそこに素晴らしいなと思いました。それからもう一つはそのプレゼンテーションですね。これをその 探究だけでも大変なのにそれを英語でこのみんなの前でプレゼンテーションする、すごいプレッシャーだったと思うんですけども、本当に見事に言葉も素晴らしいし、スライドもうまく使ったりジェスチャーも使ったりスキットやって本当にいろんな工夫がされていて、7分間という短い中で本当に素晴らしいプレゼンしていただいて、これはもう本当に舌を巻きました。本当にレベル高かったと思います。でそういった中でね、本当にまず受賞された皆さん本当におめでとうございます。それから受賞されなかった個人チームの方も残念だったんですけど本当素晴らしかったと思うんですね。で実は遅くなって本当申し訳なかったです。実はかなり揉めましてですね、どこを受賞するかとか金銀の金本当大変で、これはやっぱり皆さんがものすごくレベル高い実践されてるんで、どこがいい悪いって本当選ぶの大変だったんで遅くなってすいませんでした。でも本当に皆さんにおめでとうと申し上げたいと思います。それからちょっと参考になるような話いくつかさせていただこうと思うんですけど、私自身がですね、神戸情報大学院大学というこの学長をやってるんですけど、何やってるかっていうと、皆さんと本当に一緒なんです。社会課題を見つけてそれを分析して解決策考えて、それで IT で何か実践するで検証する、これを2年間とかかけてやっていて、で一つ面白いのは世界中から実は留学生がいっぱい来てます。で結構途上国も多くて、アフリカとかアジアとかそれから、中東とかいろんなとこから来てるんですね。で今日お話の中でカンボジアとかミャンマーの方のことを話された方もいらっしゃったんだけども、うちもそういうミャンマーの人もいるしカンボジアの人もいるし、あとアフガニスタンとかシリアとか南スーダンとか、もう本当にすごい大変な国からも留学生から来ています。で彼らにとっては本当にまず、命を確保する、それから食を確保すると、もう非常にベーシックなね、人間として生きるところからの課題があります。それに比べると日本とか先進国の課題ってもうちょっとそこのベースのところは満たされていて、もうちょっと違ったレベルのね課題があると思うんですけども、いずれにせよ非常にやっぱりその彼らと話してて感じるのは、自分の国をなんとか良くしたいっていうね情熱、もうそういった持って留学してくれてる、それに僕はまさに探究を教えてるんですけど、探究して本当実践する、そういったことをやってくれてます。そういった留学生と比べると日本は恵まれている方が多いから、ちょっとテンションが低いところもあるのかなっていうことを日頃感じてたんですけれども、今日本当に皆さんの熱いプレゼンを聞いて、いや日本だってすごい若い力が頑張ってるなっていうのを感じて、とても嬉しかったし、力を得た思いです。もう一つは私自身も海外に行って講演したりすることもあるんですけど、まさに探究の話をしたりするんですけども、その時に感じるのは日本からの発信の少なさなんですよね。で世界中からいろんな人が来てて、それこそインドとかアラブの人でももう今若い人でもすごい英語上手で自分の考えをバンバンプレゼンしてくれる、そういった人たちがいっぱいいる中で、日本人が残念ながらまだ少ないなっていうのを感じているんです。そういった中で本当に今日のような皆さんのような英語でのプレゼン力がある方が、海外に行って、あるいは行かなくてもネットでもいいんですけども、そういったのねどんどん発信して自分たちの活動をやってつながっていく、こういったことをどんどんやっていただきたいなと思っています。本当にね今日は今回素晴らしいきっかけ皆さんつかまれたと思うんですが、今後ますます活躍していただくことを期待しております。本当にお疲れ様でした。ありがとうございました。
住谷先生、どうもありがとうございました。それでは最後に、一般社団法人英語4技能探究学習推進協会梶川勝正理事より第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズ閉会のご挨拶をお願いいたします。
理事の梶川でございます。まずは今回受賞された生徒の皆様、本当におめでとうございます。そして残念ながら受賞を逃された生徒の皆様も本日は本当にお疲れ様でした。皆さんは多数のエントリーの中から全国大会に出場された10人10チームの皆様ですので、ぜひ胸を張っていただきたいと思います。今回は3年ぶりの会場開催となりまして、やはりこの2年間行ってきたオンラインの 開催とは異なってですね、生徒の皆さんの熱気が非常に伝わってきて、やはりプレゼンはリアルで開催するに本当に尽きるなというふうに感じました。生徒の皆様はですね、これから、本日ですね、発表いただいた探究はまだまだ途中の成果だと思っております。これからも探究活動をぜひ続けていただいて、未来のチェンジメーカーになっていただけることを心より願っております。今回3年ぶりの全国大会となりましたので、地方の皆様にとっては実際に来ていただく過程でもですね、大変なことだったろうと思います。引率された先生方や保護者の皆様も、ここまで生徒様をサポートいただいたことに改めて感謝申し上げます。そして本日ですね、日曜日にもかかわらず審査員としてご協力いただきました審査員の先生方にも改めてこの場で借りてお礼を申し上げたいと思います。先生方のようなですね、方々に生徒さんに直接質問を受けてコメントを返していただいたり質問していただいたりという機会は生徒様にとっても本当に貴重な経験財産になるかと思いますので、またぜひ機会ございましたらご協力賜れればと存じます。そして司会の長谷部様も昨年のオンラインに引き続き司会をお受けいただきましてありがとうございました。非常に素晴らしい進行でスムーズに進行いただきまして大変感謝しております。最後になりましたけれども、JTB 様、ジャパンタイムス出版様、その他スポンサー企業、会員企業の皆様のですね、支援を借りながら今回なんとか全国大会を開催することができました。この大会の設営にあたってですね、関わっていただいたスタッフの方々、皆様にこの場を借りて改めてお礼を申し上げたいと思います。それではこの会に関わっていただいた皆様へのお礼を申し上げまして、第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズの、閉会とさせていただきます。この度は皆さんどうもありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。以上をもちまして第5回チェンジメーカーアワーズを終了とさせていただきます。参加校の皆さんどうもありがとうございました。